話してやってくんねえか、貞治。そいつは新橋じゃねえんだ。
僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですか？ケリーさん、本当にごめんなさい。
さて、行き先は？
って、もしかして僕またメガネだけになってない？
Want to see something cool? Isn't it cute? Let's see what other sea creatures we can discover. What beautiful scenes are hiding under the sea? Let's explore the Undersea mystery. Play matches and complete missions to earn tokens. Then use them to observe sea creatures and unlock them in your guide. The more you discover, the more rewards you can claim. Make sure to check in often, because rare sea creatures will periodically generate extra tokens. In Battle Royale, the adventure starts before you even land with a brand new whale-themed airplane. On Bermuda, look for mysterious whirlpool entrances that take you to the fresh, cool undersea realm. The high-tier loot zone becomes the Hydro Zone, surrounded by towering water walls. Don't worry though, you and your bullets can still pass through freely. Giant whales will also fly across the sky and drop bubble airdrops as they fly by. And yes, you can fish mid-match. Fishing spots will appear around the map, letting you reel in fish or even loot. Find upgraded fishing spots for even better rewards. Some fish will even follow you after you catch them and grant special buffs. Plus, there's a new event weapon, the Hydro Blaster. Hold fire to spray a continuous, super accurate water beam. When you run out of ammo or reload manually, a QuickTime event will pop up. Hit it to fast reload and gain a buff. Some other weapons can get this QTE reload too, so try them out when you find them. In Clash Squad, the Hydro Blaster is also available, along with the same QTE reload bonuses on select weapons. The Undersea Realm joins the Bermuda map pool, and cyber airdrops and spawn areas get themed visuals too. The ocean secrets are waiting for you to discover. Expect the unexpected. Random events may now pop up in Clash Squad to shake things up. You might start round 1 with 1,000 cash, get a random melee weapon each round, receive blue walls over time, and more. Good news to all tactical market enthusiasts. You can now deploy a tactical gadget right at your position with a simple tap. Fast and easy. Meet Ray the Watchman. Wielding both sun and moon power, he's on a mission to scatter the darkness. His active skill, Bond of Eclipse, tags the first unbound enemy hit in a fan-shaped area and creates a link with them that only Ray and the target can see. If Ray reduces the tagged enemy to a certain HP or below, they get instantly knocked down. If the target is knocked down or eliminated while tagged, Ray's skill resets immediately. For more skill adjustments, here's a quick overview. Some weapons have received balance changes. Check them out. Say hi to Pyro, your new fiery companion. Log in daily to watch Pyro grow and earn rewards. You'll meet Pyro for the first time when you open your profile. Choose Pyro's personality, drag them around your profile or lobby, and watch them pull off all kinds of cool moves. Pyro has 3 states: active, faded, and inactive. Daily logins keep Pyro active. Missing logins dim the flames, and staying away too long makes Pyro inactive. No worries though. Log back in and this little flamehead will jump right into action. Every login boosts Pyro's EXP. Keep it going and Pyro will level up from a tiny spark to the ultimate fire puncher. You can also unlock new looks and accessories to give Pyro even more heat. Presets will no longer be locked in once matchmaking starts. Even better, you'll be able to adjust them in the cabin or before the first CS round starts. However, you'll not be able to switch presets once you've used the loadout. Don't forget to tap the preset button to check out what presets your teammates are using before making your choice. In-match quick messages are now smarter and will suggest messages based on what's happening on the battlefield. Tap on the message to send it out to teammates. Some messages will even auto-mark enemies on the mini-map for you. See a player with impressive stats at the end of a match? You can now invite them to your team right from the match results page. Team invites are also smoother. If you accept a booking request while you're in a match, you'll join your friend's team as soon as your current match ends, so you'll never miss an invite again. We can't wait for you to try out the improved filter system and new themed filters like Cyberpunk and Golden Era. Looking for a smoother gaming experience? Try out the new frame rate boost feature. If your frame rate is set to high or above, open settings and enable this feature to enjoy crisper, smoother gameplay. If you love the competitive vibe, the new CS custom room updates are for you. Now you can choose a specific map area for each round to get targeted practice. What's more, play and win like a pro with the new ban and pick mode, complete with the new ban and pick feature, an esports-styled CS store, and gameplay rules. And that's it for today. See you next time, survivors!
Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that.
おい！それスノボじゃなくて人体だから。それにこれってケツでブレーキかけるやつだし、吉原大炎上の次は異世界大炎上なんてシャレになりませんから。
バカ！これぐらい犠牲を払ってこそコラボに対する俺たちの気合が伝わるってもんだろ。
金ちゃんの言う通りある。コラボのためなら尻の一つや二つ差し足して当然ね。
ゲームは終わりだ。
え、皆さん、それって銃？
話でやってくんねえかサダール。そいつは新八じゃねえんだ。
僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですか？ケリーさん本当にごめんなさい。
さて行き先は？
ってもしかして僕またメガネだけになってない？
Hey there, want to see something cool? Isn't it cute? Let's see what other sea creatures we can discover. What beautiful scenes are hiding under the sea? Let's explore the Undersea mystery. Play matches and complete missions to earn tokens, then use them to observe sea creatures and unlock them in your guide. The more you discover, the more rewards you can claim. Make sure to check in often, because rare sea creatures will periodically generate extra tokens. In Battle Royale, the adventure starts before you even land with a brand new whale-themed airplane. On Bermuda, look for mysterious whirlpool entrances that take you to the fresh, cool undersea realm. The high-tier loot zone becomes the Hydro Zone, surrounded by towering water walls. Don't worry though, you and your bullets can still pass through freely. Giant whales will also fly across the sky and drop bubble airdrops as they fly by. And yes, you can fish mid-match. Fishing spots will appear around the map, letting you reel in fish or even loot. Find upgraded fishing spots for even better rewards. Some fish will even follow you after you catch them and grant special buffs. Plus, there's a new event weapon, the Hydro Blaster. Hold fire to spray a continuous, super accurate water beam. When you run out of ammo or reload manually, a QuickTime event will pop up. Hit it to fast reload and gain a buff. Some other weapons can get this QTE reload too, so try them out when you find them. In Clash Squad, the Hydro Blaster is also available, along with the same QTE reload bonuses on select weapons. The Undersea Realm joins the Bermuda map pool, and cyber airdrops and spawn areas get themed visuals too. The ocean secrets are waiting for you to discover. Expect the unexpected. Random events may now pop up in Clash Squad to shake things up. You might start round 1 with 1,000 cash, get a random melee weapon each round, receive blue walls over time, and more. Good news to all tactical market enthusiasts. You can now deploy a tactical gadget right at your position with a simple tap. Fast and easy. Meet Ray the Watchman. Wielding both sun and moon power, he's on a mission to scatter the darkness. His active skill, Bond of Eclipse, tags the first unbound enemy hit in a fan-shaped area and creates a link with them that only Ray and the target can see. If Ray reduces the tagged enemy to a certain HP or below, they get instantly knocked down. If the target is knocked down or eliminated while tagged, Ray's skill resets immediately. For more skill adjustments, here's a quick overview. Some weapons have received balance changes. Check them out. Say hi to Pyro, your new fiery companion. Log in daily to watch Pyro grow and earn rewards. You'll meet Pyro for the first time when you open your profile. Choose Pyro's personality, drag them around your profile or lobby, and watch them pull off all kinds of cool moves. Pyro has 3 states: active, faded, and inactive. Daily logins keep Pyro active. Missing logins dim the flames, and staying away too long makes Pyro inactive. No worries though. Log back in and this little flamehead will jump right into action. Every login boosts Pyro's EXP. Keep it going, and Pyro will level up from a tiny spark to the ultimate fire puncher. You can also unlock new looks and accessories to give Pyro even more heat. Presets will no longer be locked in once matchmaking starts. Even better, you'll be able to adjust them in the cabin or before the first CS round starts. However, you'll not be able to switch presets once you've used the loadout. Don't forget to tap the preset button to check out what presets your teammates are using before making your choice. In-match quick messages are now smarter and will suggest messages based on what's happening on the battlefield. Tap on the message to send it out to teammates. Some messages will even auto-mark enemies on the mini-map for you. See a player with impressive stats at the end of a match? You can now invite them to your team right from the match results page. Team invites are also smoother. If you accept a booking request while you're in a match, you'll join your friend's team as soon as your current match ends, so you'll never miss an invite again. We can't wait for you to try out the improved filter system and new themed filters like Cyberpunk and Golden Era. Looking for a smoother gaming experience? Try out the new frame rate boost feature. If your frame rate is set to high or above, open settings and enable this feature to enjoy crisper, smoother gameplay. If you love the competitive vibe, the new CS custom room updates are for you. Now you can choose a specific map area for each round to get targeted practice. What's more, play and win like a pro with the new ban and pick mode, complete with the new ban and pick feature, an esports-styled CS store, and gameplay rules. And that's it for today. See you next time, survivors!
Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that.
おい！それスノボじゃなくて人体だから。それにこれってケツでブレーキかけるやつだし、吉原大炎上の次は異世界大炎上なんてシャレになりませんから。
バカ！これぐらい犠牲を払ってこそコラボに対しての俺たちの気合が伝わるってもんだろ。
金ちゃんの言う通りある。コラボのためなら尻の一つや二つ差し出して当然ね。
ゲームは終わりだ。
え、皆さん、それって銃？
けるぞカグラ。開発チームから聞かされてねえよ。
しつこい男は嫌いやろ。
アームストロングサイクロンです。アームストロング。なんでこんなとこにまで。
話してやってくんねえかサダール。そいつは新八じゃねえんだ。
僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですか。ケリーさん本当にごめんなさい。
さて行き先は。
ってもしかして僕またメガネだけになってない？
Hey there, want to see something cool? Isn't it cute? Let's see what other sea creatures we can discover. What beautiful scenes are hiding under the sea? Let's explore the Undersea mystery. Play matches and complete missions to earn tokens. Then use them to observe sea creatures and unlock them in your guide. The more you discover, the more rewards you can claim. Make sure to check in often, because rare sea creatures will periodically generate extra tokens. In Battle Royale, the adventure starts before you even land with a brand new whale-themed airplane. On Bermuda, look for mysterious whirlpool entrances that take you to the fresh, cool undersea realm. The high-tier loot zone becomes the Hydro Zone, surrounded by towering water walls. Don't worry though, you and your bullets can still pass through freely. Giant whales will also fly across the sky and drop bubble airdrops as they fly by. And yes, you can fish mid-match. Fishing spots will appear around the map, letting you reel in fish or even loot. Find upgraded fishing spots for even better rewards. Some fish will even follow you after you catch them and grant special buffs. Plus, there's a new event weapon, the Hydro Blaster. Hold fire to spray a continuous, super accurate water beam. When you run out of ammo or reload manually, a QuickTime event will pop up. Hit it to fast reload and gain a buff. Some other weapons can get this QTE reload too, so try them out when you find them. In Clash Squad, the Hydro Blaster is also available, along with the same QTE reload bonuses on select weapons. The Undersea Realm joins the Bermuda map pool, and cyber airdrops and spawn areas get themed visuals too. The ocean secrets are waiting for you to discover. Expect the unexpected. Random events may now pop up in Clash Squad to shake things up. You might start round 1 with 1,000 cash, get a random melee weapon each round, receive blue walls over time, and more. Good news to all tactical market enthusiasts. You can now deploy a tactical gadget right at your position with a simple tap. Fast and easy. Meet Ray the Watchman. Wielding both sun and moon power, he's on a mission to scatter the darkness. His active skill, Bond of Eclipse, tags the first unbound enemy hit in a fan-shaped area and creates a link with them that only Ray and the target can see. If Ray reduces the tagged enemy to a certain HP or below, they get instantly knocked down. If the target is knocked down or eliminated while tagged, Ray's skill resets immediately. For more skill adjustments, here's a quick overview. Some weapons have received balance changes. Check them out. Say hi to Pyro, your new fiery companion. Log in daily to watch Pyro grow and earn rewards. You'll meet Pyro for the first time when you open your profile. Choose Pyro's personality, drag them around your profile or lobby, and watch them pull off all kinds of cool moves. Pyro has 3 states: active, faded, and inactive. Daily logins keep Pyro active. Missing logins dim the flames, and staying away too long makes Pyro inactive. No worries though. Log back in and this little flamehead will jump right into action. Every login boosts Pyro's EXP. Keep it going and Pyro will level up from a tiny spark to the ultimate fire puncher. You can also unlock new looks and accessories to give Pyro even more heat. Presets will no longer be locked in once matchmaking starts. Even better, you'll be able to adjust them in the cabin or before the first CS round starts. However, you'll not be able to switch presets once you've used the loadout. Don't forget to tap the preset button to check out what presets your teammates are using before making your choice. In-match quick messages are now smarter and will suggest messages based on what's happening on the battlefield. Tap on the message to send it out to teammates. Some messages will even auto-mark enemies on the mini-map for you. See a player with impressive stats at the end of a match? You can now invite them to your team right from the match results page. Team invites are also smoother. If you accept a booking request while you're in a match, you'll join your friend's team as soon as your current match ends, so you'll never miss an invite again. We can't wait for you to try out the improved filter system and new themed filters like Cyberpunk and Golden Era. Looking for a smoother gaming experience? Try out the new frame rate boost feature. If your frame rate is set to high or above, open settings and enable this feature to enjoy crisper, smoother gameplay. If you love the competitive vibe, the new CS custom room updates are for you. Now you can choose a specific map area for each round to get targeted practice. What's more, play and win like a pro with the new ban and pick mode, complete with the new ban and pick feature, an esports-styled CS store, and gameplay rules.
Everybody wants the spotlight until the spotlight burns, while Team B have already felt the fire. It's time for Group A and C to rise through the fire. I know that, Group B have done a great job. I know they've already put some points on the table, but I still feel the deed is not done. With me on the desk is going to be Lucifer, me, myself, Orca. Welcome you all to Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring. And this is the final day of the group stages. Lucifer, how are you feeling today and what's your expectations for the day?
It's going to be an intense day, to be honest. Now, looking at yesterday's performance from Group B, right, that set the tone. We kind of spoke about it. Group B are in a very difficult spot, especially a lot of fan-favorite teams. And all of that, not finding enough in day one in terms of their performance. And yesterday was their last chance. And most of the teams, out of the 5 teams have almost surged towards 170, leaving only 3 spots in the overall standings. For that reason alone, I think the overall or the cutoff that we were talking about might shoot up, Orca.
Yeah, absolutely. Those high, firing games is, I believe, what we can call it. The high intensity games are just making things so much more interesting. But again, we have teams like Godlike, we have teams like Revenant XSpark who are hitting the 100 marker like it's nothing. Like the 3rd or the 4th game, we see them reaching the 80 marker. And after that, it seems like they're taking a bit of a breather by the end of it all. But ladies and gentlemen, we all know what time it is. It's just to, go have some flashbacks to understand what the timeline of the tournament has looked like so far, because for few who are tuning in right now, I know that you guys are wondering what's happening, so let us put it in front of you. The South Asian play-ins started off on the 8th of this month. It's going to continue. Today is the last day of it all. And after which, we're going to be heading into the main event. That's the next week.
That next weekend, 14th, 15th and 16th is what we are seeing everybody performing. For what? For the grand finals that is going to be on the 17th of May with a criteria, with a condition which most of you are used to when you're watching Free Fire Max, is the champion rush condition. So overall, 2 weeks to crown and find Asia's best. South Asia play-in starts now, and then we are going to see the main event where you're going to meet Southeast Asian teams who've been waiting and gearing up to figure out who the best 8 from the South Asia play-ins at the end of today are.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, to make things a bit more easier for you guys, we're going to show you the tournament format, the South Asia playoffs, which is right now taking place. We have 18 invited teams, amongst which only 8 is going to qualify to the main event. Over there, we're going to have 4 invited teams from South Asia and 6 invited teams from Southeast Asia, making it a total of 18 again, and amongst which 12 is going to qualify to the grand finals.
Now, those 12 qualifying into the grand finals might be completely different. Maybe your fan favorite teams might make it across or not, we don't know. Because in the main event, right, 6 invited Southeast Asian teams are going to come in with their own spells, and how that works out, how their abilities, skills come into play, their strategies. A big question for the teams who are still waiting for the main event, whereas the other 8 who might start off in the South Asia plains play really well. But we are still unclear when there are new competitors, new survivors joining this tournament. But with the qualifying 12 who make it to the grand finals, their tournament run is not yet over, because there's still one criteria, one condition: the champion. Who is it gonna be, and how is it fulfilled? As similar and very used to that you guys are now, is the champion rush format, where first one team needs to get to 80 points at the end of a game, and in the next consecutive game they have an opportunity to become champions. How? They have to get themselves a booyah.
Yeah, that's the major criteria they need to meet. That is going to be 80 points, and then they activate a champion rush. That doesn't mean that no other team can't. So there could be multiple teams activating the champion rush, but after whichever team acquires a booyah for themselves, they're going to be the champions of this very tournament. They're going to have that bragging rights, and with that comes the bread and butter, right? With that comes a big chunk of the prize pool itself, because I have been seeing this lately. The prize pool keeps increasing, and we're going to be witnessing one of the best. That's going to be $50,000 for this tournament.
50,000 USD. Last time in the 25 season, we ended up seeing $35,000 for the Battle Royale. This time, it's bumped up, and the team who's going to be crowned as the champions will be walking away with 15,000 US dollars. But along with this, yes, you all should have been used to the prize pool at this time, because we've had 2 days of South Asia plains intense action. But here's the thing: the teams are going to get eliminated right here. The 10 teams who we are talking about do not get anything, nothing from the part of 50,000 US dollars, because as you can see, 18th spot, 500, the minimum guarantee is not going to be used here in the South Asia plains. It is going to be when you walk into the main event, because then as well, with the 10 teams who are waiting in the main event and the 8 who qualify, make the 18, and that's where this prize pool comes into play.
Absolutely, and everybody knows, right, to be on the top of the table, to be on the top of the overall standing, you need to acquire points. And how do you do it? You make sure that you get the biggest chunk by acquiring a booyah. That's how the point system works. The team to acquire the booyah is going to have 12 points for themselves. The second team is going to get 9, and the number starts to dwindle down according to the position itself. So it's going to decrease until the 10th position walks away with just 1 point. And for those teams who might get eliminated early, they can rely on elimination points, because every elimination you're going to be rewarded with just 1 point.
1 point, but we've seen teams try to surge up to 28 eliminations and even more if there's a possibility. But along with that, one thing to keep an eye out today is going to be the tiebreaker rule. If it happens, because we know when it comes into play, especially for Group B teams who have already finished all their 12 games, your criteria is you have to have higher number of booyahs. If that matches up, higher in terms of total eliminations. If that matches, ranking better in the final game.
Absolutely, but this has been the talk of the town for a long time now, and it remains to be, because one unique active skill, which is a mandate for every other team to follow, that is nobody can repeat an active skill within a squad. So 4 players with different kind of active skills would try to come up with combinations to make sure that they understand their play style, that they understand how they want the team to be formed, and the synergy is strongly built over this.
Now, when we talk about synergy, right, we were seeing a lot of combinations, especially yesterday, that we saw Morse coming into play. Ray, one of the newest additions in OB53 Arca, but not yet there. I think teams are not okay or not ready to experiment yet because the shorter timeline, a title at stake. But who are fighting for the title as of now? Even though this is the first weekend of FFMAI 2026 Spring, there are still only 8 teams who make it to the next weekend. And of that, right now we have 12 who are going to be fighting for it. Starting with Group A, Reflex United, NXT Esports, iQOO Total Gaming, Raiders United, NoMoreMercy, and DP Dominators, the 6 from Group A.
Now, the rest of the 6 from Group B is where we have some fan favorites coming in. Revenant XSpark and RNX from India. Then we have from Group C, Flame and Max Esports from Bangladesh. And then we have one team from Nepal that's going to be Tonde Nepal Esports. And from Pakistan, we have total winners. So it's a very good combination if you see that Group A and C are kind of well balanced, where one side you have Total Gaming, the other side you have Revenant XSpark, who are topping the charts respectively for their groups. I believe by the end of today, we can expect some big numbers to take place.
And big numbers, especially of what iQOO Total Gaming and Revenant XSpark did yesterday. That is the main reason we are banking on it. Compared to how Group B performed, right? The high scorers were not there even on day 1, and day 2, it was a surge. They were forced to do it. And now with iQOO Total Gaming coming into picture, they picking up 100 plus points in game number 4 and then reaching up to 124 without a booyah against NXT, Reflex United and Raiders United. All of them being in this lobby as well. And I think of all the teams, right, Reflex played as decent as possible. NXT, we saw their day coming towards the end. On the other end, Raiders United, I'm still a little kind of perplexed. Where is this squad heading? Yes, one of their players, recently we did see a separation, but these 4 lads are the playing 4. What is missing? Maybe the name change and something's missing now?
I believe they can be the loose cannons like how they were previously in the LAN event. But before we speak more about them, the next set of teams on our screens, NoMoreMercy. This is one of those teams I was expecting a lot from, and I'm hoping to see them bounce back, because yesterday they had a decent run if you ask me, but they'll have to step it up. They'll have to make sure that they carry forward the legacy of the whole team. DP Dominators, another team from Pakistan, which is so well known for their aggression. Yesterday we did see a bit of those exceptional gameplays when it comes to the 4v4s, because this is one of those teams who tend to play with 3 assaulters rather than having a bomber in the team.
With them we have Max and Flame, who still need something different to rise through fire, because on the other end in the team lineup we have Revenant XSpark, who have a total of 133 points with the 6 games that have played and 4 booyahs in their name. However, everybody right as now in terms of our discussion were worried about Revenant XSpark on their performance in the next consecutive day, and that is today. On the other end there is RNX, who picked up their performance towards the end of the day. But 2 teams, yes, questionably still need to pick up their performance, Arca, are Tonde Nepal Esports and Total Winner. These 2 have not risen up as much as we would have wanted. Tonde Nepal, especially at the end of day 1, were sitting at the bottom of the chart. I think somewhere in game 4 or game 5, we saw them picking up pace, climb up, and then again fall back. So today is going to be a very crucial day for them.
Now, crucial is going to be performance of another lad. It's got to be Killer FF, who have been newly added to the lineup of RNX. A lot of expectations as experience follows up. But for now, we're going to be looking at the overall standing of whatever has happened so far. This has been a shocker, as we see Autobots at the very top of the table, 211 points. But what's even more interesting is how close Revenant XSpark as well as Total Gaming are coming. Because with just 6 games, both these teams have got 133 points and 124 respectively.
Now here itself, this is what we were talking about, 170 at Extreme X. They have finished all their 12 games, they have 2 booyahs. But we were talking about 150, 160 should have been the cutoff. But look at iQOO Total Gaming, Revenant XSpark, NoMoreMercy, RNX, NXT, Max, Reflex, all these teams who still have to play their next set of 6 games. And if Revenant are already sitting at 133, right? How many spots do we have, Arca? From the 5th, there are just 3 spots. If you think Revenant XSpark and iQOO Total Gaming take it up, then there is still NoMoreMercy, there's still RNX, NXT, and how much of an average do they pick up? Because RZX, they're the only one last straggler from Group B who I feel unfortunately cannot make it with just 110 points.
Yeah, absolutely. But it again depends on how the top teams are going to play. For now, we're going to be looking at the battle for the main event. For now, the top contenders for qualification, those who can reach or who have already reached the 190 pointer, are going to be 3 names on our screens: RNTX, as well as TG, as well as Orabot. So all these 3 teams have done fairly well. But the teams who are fighting for qualification, this is where the numbers are just going to come into play. Godlike, GG Instance, then we have 2XD, EXE. All of these teams have already played their games, so they've already set a benchmark. Can the rest of the others in the same fray do the same or do much better?
And you guys don't need to be confused, because predicted points 190 plus or above 150 or less than 150, these are depiction depending on their performance of how day 1 they played or day 2. Now for day 2, Group B has completed all their games, and that is the reason you end up seeing Autobots confirmedly in the position for qualification, whereas fighting for qualification, still we said, because it's surged up to 170 points, now we are not sure where the cutoff is going to come and sit at. Who will be comfortable? Is Godlike going to be comfortable, or is going to be Extreme X? Will some of them be pushed towards the later stages, and especially risking eliminations? Is Reflex United, Raiders United, Total Winner, RZX, DP Dominators, Flame, Tonde, Nepal, all of these in trouble, but averaging around their 70-60 that we did see, especially from teams that fighting for qualification, Arka, still have a chance, right, to make it through. But look at the number of teams that we have. We have 8 teams who are right now fighting for qualification, out of which 3 almost are at the top contenders for qualification, meaning making a total of 11 teams. So forcefully, we would have to bid goodbye to at least 3, and who is that?
Now, you know, you've just crunched some numbers. You've also spoken about how teams will have to play. But again, we're also going to give a benefit of doubt for all the other teams out there. Because if some team can pull off a 100-pointer in a single day, then every other team is capable of doing so. So hopefully, all those teams at the risk of elimination will be able to showcase some really good games today. Make sure that they can rise through the fire and reach to the top of the table to make it into the top 8. But speak about the players to watch out for. We're going to be comparing 2 snipers who are doing exceptional for their respective teams. It's going to be Mafia from Total Gaming and Kai from NoMoreMercy.
Very similar in spots, as you can see in terms of eliminations as well, just a difference of 3. Damage, however, yes, you have to bow down to Mafia in terms of that subject, because he's always doing the highest in terms of damage. Any time he's in the lobby, we mostly end up seeing him having the highest amount of damage. If and only if his team is knocked and eliminated, then is the numbers going down. Otherwise, it is always going to be Mafia with the highest in terms of damage. However, I like one thing about Kai here in terms of the stats that we have is the longest elim distance. He has it a little tad better compared to Mafia. And right now, the current meta also speaks towards the snipers itself. So I feel like if Kai for NoMoreMercy can do a lot more today, they should have their chance of qualification.
For me, Kai is looking a much more better because he's got the ratio of knocks to LM a little bit higher. He's got 28 knocks and has got 25 LM. So he's been good in converting those knocks to elimination. So hoping to see them do well. We're going to be looking at the game schedule for the day. We're going to start off with Solara, an action-packed map, and then we're going to step towards the defaults itself. So I kind of like this Lucifer already. Looking at Solara, Kalahari, Bermuda as the first 3 maps. But the rest 3... I don't care how it goes, because by the 3rd game, we can witness a lot of changes in the overall standing.
The way you said, I don't care, I was like worried, wait, what? But then I realized there's a lot that's going to happen by the time we and our brains start comprehending. Every team will be gunning for each other. Eliminations looking forward to being grasped. And teams who would be betrayed on their own spots, which they would have called home because somebody else would have wanted to make their own and put up their flags. But yeah, I think later towards the last 3 games is going to be a big problem and a question, because the last game is still an unknown. So in the last game, anything can happen. And yesterday itself, we ended up seeing a last game pulled off by Godlike for their chance for qualification. The very and only booyah that Godlike got. Today could happen. But starting things off with Solara, I like it. That paces the game to be very fast, forcing the teams, even if they're not familiar with the lobby, go get for eliminations, go fight for it. And after that, you slow them down towards Bermuda, get them to a used to map that they have been playing on, maybe then understand the problems and then rework on it towards the last 3 games.
You know, every time a default map is played, it's like a reset for all the teams. In case they start things off, they're unable to, catch up to whatever is happening in the lobby. It's easier for them to read in a default map, to try to adapt in a default map. And after which we head on to Kalahari as well, where the snipers can just freshen up. They can start getting some good headshots. And if they're able to do so, then they continue to dominate in Purgatory and so forth. So I'm looking forward for some really good action to take place in the first map itself. Nevertheless, there are certain teams who really need to make sure that they have a controlled aggression, because if they have a wrong start, like Revenant XSpark, who have such a bad history of not having such a great second day after having a good start, I'm kind of worried for them.
I think it goes back, right, in terms of how we have seen the recent days FFMIC 2026 spring, and for all the Indian audience who've seen it, they'll be also worried. But thankfully, I feel like, hey, this is South Asia Plains, this is about qualification, and Revenant XSpark and a lot of teams we were talking about yesterday as well, when it comes to the matter of qualification, they're able to do it. It's only when there is something at stake as a title could be a problem, but I still agree, there could be a iffy situation, but thankfully Revenant XSpark and even iQOO Total Gaming, even if they don't have a great one, because I think around the knockout stages in the last tournament they played, they had a similar run, then they had to cope up their performance. So much points that Revenant XSpark has gotten themselves on day 1 should be okay to move towards qualification. But along with them, I think teams at the bottom are the ones to be worried about. Teams who have only averaged around 60 points, 50 points on a given day, and now are looking at qualification and they have just 6 games in front of them, while the top teams are taking away a lot of eliminations.
I mean, the average so far has been around 80 to 90 points on a given day, right? So if somebody is able to step it up a bit more, can reach that 100-pointer, they make a strong statement out here. They are bound to make sure that they enter into the top 8 spots. But again, for those who have not done good work in the first week or have not done hard work in the first week, will have to put a bit more of efforts, a bit more under pressure. They'll have to make sure that they have their calm nerves, looking forward for some early fights and then going back to a defensive mode. A jiggle between aggression as well as defense is just going to make sure that things are much more difficult for these teams to tackle.
Difficult it is for every survivor to rise through fire today. While we were talking about it on day 1, it was just the start of the tournament, right? But today is a matter of qualification. Today is a matter of figuring out whether they're ready or not. But with figuring out ready or not, we are never ready for this, is our own caster predictions, because we try to make it similar to what their performance on the previous days are, or at least what the stats tell us. It never happens to be so. But one name in, I think 2 names in synonymous that we have is RNX as well as iQOO Total Gaming. We both have that. Then you've gone for Revenant XSpark. Yes, a very safe choice. But looking at DP Dominators' performance yesterday towards the later half, they started coping up in terms of eliminations and points. Arka, I pick them, thinking maybe today could be even a better day.
I was just seconds away from selecting DP Dominators as well. I had a strong
we were talking
feeling
about it.
Yeah, so I then kind of inclined towards RNX because the new addition coming in, Killer, who has got so much of experience under his belt, and then you have how Hassan has been picking up the pace for the team. Adib is able to pull off that close range battle. So I strongly feel like RNX could be the loose cannons of the lobby who look forward to at least gain 100 or 120 points. They've proved to us before that they're capable of it. And it seems like they might be able to do so. So that's why I keep them as the top contender amongst my 3 predictions. Yes, RNTX as well. One of those teams who are concentrating more on acquiring the Booyah, who also know how to change the pace sometimes because they've got the highest number of eliminations in a game. At the same time, they know how to defend a vicinity. So I still feel like, these are the 2 teams who can do much, much better in the top 2.
Now, while we've talked about the top teams, right, there's a little light I want to shed. Yes, it's a little too early, I believe, but still, what is at stake today is staying at the top 8, right?
Yeah.
That is going to come into play for the teams at the bottom. They will feel that pressure. They will understand that if they don't rise up today, they have no more chances for FFMAI 2026 spring. It is done for. Their performance, their representation from their region. And teams as such, I think, while we saw NoMoreMercy performing really well after their debut yesterday, Tonde
Yeah.
Nepal Esports have not gone in that direction. I'm worried for them. Along with them, we have Flame Esports, who have not seen great performance coming in. Max Esports, a surprise for me. They were so close to Booyahs in their initial games, and after
Yeah.
that, somewhere in the ruckus, in the crowd, they got mixed up and we never saw them. So these are my 3 picks that I'm worried for today if they don't make a pick.
For me, it's Flame Esports, and then we have DP Dominators and Total Winners, because these are the teams who kind of showed us that at certain points of the game that they are capable of holding off a vicinity. They are capable of trying to get to the late games, try to survive for the longest time possible. It's just that their 4v4s were not converted properly due to a lot of casualties and other things. They were left handicapped in the final few phases of their games, due to which they couldn't do much or add points on the table. And let me remind you, when we have Raiders United who have 50 elimination points and just 18 placement points, we have Total Winners and DP Dominators having better placement points of 27 and 24. That shows that they rely more on survival, and it's more important for them to do so, because when you have teams like Revenant XSpark and Total Gaming who are gonna just be chaotic throughout the lobby, the survivors will have a greater chance.
And when we talk about survivors, right, I think we kind of have to put in place are the ones who come at the middle point of the leaderboards, who get around 70 points on a given day. One such team that I have in my mind is going to be NXT Esports. They made their performance towards the later day yesterday, and along with them is going to be RNX from Group C. So these two teams are almost in that direction, but if they mess up, right, it's an opportunity for the bottom. Or do you think they're not going to mess up?
No, I don't think so. They're going to mess up, because NXT, they proved to us that they're capable of getting a booyah. They did acquire one yesterday, and that shows that, when the time calls for, they might get composed. They might get into the defensive mode, because they had around 48 LMs in total by the end of yesterday. That's an average of 8 to 9. So in 1 or 2 games, if they're able to cross over that number, make sure they have a big number like a 20 plus eliminations and a booyah, it's more than enough for such teams to get a bit of a confidence boost. Let's not forget what RNX are capable of. FFMIC 2026 spring, we saw what they are capable of. Even in the grand finals itself, they were like the hooligans of the lobby. They used to just look at somebody, shoot, make sure that they clear them off. That strong they were, and they were also very close to getting the championship for themselves. So I strongly feel these two teams, by the way they've played so far and the history, they are going to do everything right.
And when we talk about doing things right, are the teams at the top? I think barely we've seen misses or messes up, or even them kind of giving away eliminations. It's only at a point when they are not familiar with the ground. They are not having an advantage because of the circle. Now this can be an opportunity for the ones that we are talking about, the teams at the bottom. Today's entire run could be about teams at the bottom picking up points, because I think they have to look forward to teams in Group B of what they did yesterday, right? They coped up, they got 170 points, which was a surprise for me, and that hyped me for today.
But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to head into the first map of the day. It's going to be the map of Solara, where the sun just shines brighter amongst them all, and the heat is also going to get more and more high. With most of these teams looking for a healthy start, I strongly feel the first team to get that booyah will have a greater chance of sealing themselves in the top 8.
That's what Revenant XSpark right out of the gate in the very first game would want to do. Taking a drop down at Solara is what we are seeing. Do we see any clashes in Riot? Yes, the hub is now a hotspot. Flame as well as iQOO Total Gaming, they've made a jump for it. We end up seeing RNTX, NXT, TGR, all of them making a jump. But safe and sound for the time being is Reflex United, and they maybe even pick up an elimination on Nafiz from Flame Esports, who decided to move in the other direction from his teammates in case there's an opportunity. But the fight starts now.
Total Gaming Mafia, we spoke about how deadly he can be, but sadly he's missing few shots, and due to which the opponents are kind of taking advantage of it. Total Gaming, they get the first knock, and they're looking forward to dominate it well, and there goes Mafia putting Elite down, and a confirmation might just follow up. 2 eliminations for Total Gaming on one side, whereas on the other side we see Revenant XSpark are also doing a good job in that early skirmish.
Right now, Flame, they're the ones who felt this. They will be forced off the position at the hub and they'll be moved in the other direction. And his teammate we spoke about, who was in between iQOO Total Gaming as well as, I think that was NXT? No, Reflex United. Maybe there could have been a crunch. Maybe he could have been found, and maybe Flame Esports in the very first game eliminated right at this point, less than a minute. But as you spoke about Revenant XSpark, they are fighting with NXT. We saw a name who be knocked, but along with Total Winner, for a little widespread for which Revenant XSpark are not ready. Their position's not great. They're out in the open.
Total Winners, they're kind of interested to take this battle. As they come in closer, they need to be careful because Revenant XSpark not only is one of those teams who can just, fall back from a fight, but also can sometimes be very aggressive in their approach. But sadly, I can see that Max is also coming in, and all of a sudden, Revenant XSpark looks like they're going to be the patty in the sandwich.
Not something that they would have wanted in the very first game, but Vincent trying to redeem right now. But there is Max who make their way and trouble both Total Winner as well as Revenant XSpark, and both run in other direction. But Total Winner, they picked the fight in the very first before Revenant XSpark with NXT, and now they walk right towards NXT where they have numbers. Max Esports on the other end will be very happy because they got 4 eliminations. NXT on the other end, this is what I spoke. One last player, he walked right towards the den of NXT and they picked them off.
Total Winners were at the 15th position before the start of this game, are now going to suffer a bit more. Whereas Revenant XSpark on the other side, relying on one of the best players, is going to be Divine, who does revive one of their players. And now it's going to be pounced upon. And I don't think so it's going to be easy for him to survive for a long time. Nonetheless, if Vincent can hit the ground early and get another revival, probably the story can be a little bit different. But I think, we were expecting this, right? We were expecting Revenant XSpark, after having such casualties in the beginning, to play it a little more defensive, which we can expect from them.
Right now, not at all playing defensive is going to be Raiders United, but they're forced for this. It's iQOO Total Gaming. One player already grabbed off, and now Shanky found the next troll. Will be put to his legs, down to his knees, and even Jack. There was just an exchange blow, but nothing else. No elimination. iQOO Total Gaming, this is what I thought of. The aggression. They don't care. They will continue it till the very end game. They start from the first, grab their booyahs, and they make sure the entire lobby suffers for it.
Oh, this is where a different fight is occurring. NME, NoMoreMercy, is kind of living up to their name and showing no mercy for DP Dominators as they're chasing them down. Jazzy, his location has not been compromised, and that could be a very big key card for this team. Whereas NoMoreMercy, they see him finally. Jazzy has to run away from this position. A swap from far away can give a little bit of a support, but that's not going to be the case, as from a distance, things are not going in favor of DP Dominators.
DP Dominators, one of my predictions, and this happened yesterday also, Arka, and I think I should stop doing this for some teams who I have expectations for. And I did this yesterday, and DP Dominators ended up suffering. I think we also tried to do it for one of the teams, if I'm not wrong, RNX I had in my pick, and that also did not work in that direction. So for today, I've made sure my predictions for the next games are going to be just basis the stats, not in terms of my expectations. And right now, expecting a better one. Yes, in terms of our vision, is going to be Max, and nice knock coming in from Eric on Hemu. That should be a confirmation. There's nothing else left. None of the teammates were close by, and Eric will get his 4th. He's the highest in his team with a total of 7 for the whole.
Eric, 4 eliminations. Max Esports, it seems like they've already shown us what they're capable of. But consistency has to be the key for all these teams out there. NXT on the other side, we see Wild Fox running out in the open. I hope he realizes that there is danger up close and personal. Whereas, I see that Total Gaming is also going to be one of the other teams who might hit that double-digit eliminations anytime soon. DP Dominators have got into a kerfuffle with the RFX, and it seems like there's been a fair share of trade between the two.
Trades is something that Max Esports would want nothing of. They just want elimination. On the other end, Raiders United, they had a similar trade thing. They had to exchange a couple of eliminations with iQOO Total Gaming and be okay with it. But for now, it's Revenant XSpark who are happy as they pick up eliminations on Tonde Nepal Esports. But it seems like they're not alone. Raiders United, who we were talking about, spotted Revenant XSpark, and Gopo OP wants to help, and that's the reason he's making a run. He knows where Troll is. He's running in the right direction, but does Troll know the position? It seems like Troll is out in the open and all alone, and he did maybe let his bullet loose a little too early. And this could trouble if Raiders United do not come in and go for a pack punch. And Troll stuck out in the open. Riptide Rhythm blows open his defenses, and he is in big trouble as the knock comes through. Confirmation as well for Revenant XSpark.
Gopo, the addition. It seems like he was the last piece of the puzzle for Revenant XSpark. From the time this lad has joined the team, Revenant XSpark are looking unstoppable, especially the frontline assaulters changed. It's going to be Harsh and Gopu trying to, buy as much time as possible in between fights, and also making sure that they have a good frontline assaulting power. It's Vincent from the backlines who's been phenomenal with the sniper as well. We did compare Mafia as well as one from NMR, if I'm not wrong, at the beginning of the day, but I still feel like Vincent was also one of the other snipers we need to speak about. He's also got around 25 LMs so far, and he's also contributing heavily for his team.
Contributions from a lot, I agree. Yes, on one end, some crucial players are trying to do, but on the other end, it has to come in as a whole squad, and that's what I think Max Esports are on. And I think we've been inclining in their direction today, because seems like the start's working out. They're already sitting at a total of 10 elimination. DP Dominators, not a great start, only 1 elimination in their name. But look at the circle, it's taken a big sudden shift around Bloomtown, where Revenant XSpark already have control over. And on the other end, DP Dominators are separated. Raiders United at TV Tower, and the other team, or the whole team I would say, at Archway, right between Reflex United and NoMoreMercy. And that's trouble for DP Dominators.
Absolutely, but Madara is interested to take this fight, gets in closer, but eventually gets traded off, and all of a sudden, it's NoMoreMercy who are reigning supreme in this fight. But let's not forget that DP Dominators have got 2 more players who will eventually look forward to revive their teammates. But NoMoreMercy on the receiving end of things. Beast is the last man standing. I think his location is also going to be compromised, as Karkin is going to get in closer, but before he could reach, it's going to be Tasin from the other side. It puts an end for him, and NoMoreMercy, who are looking so strong in this lobby, have to say goodbye from the get-go.
Unfortunate. I thought it's going to be DP Dominators in between who are going to get crunched, but somehow they run away from this fight. Maybe their spider senses start tingling and they make their move in the other direction, and a right call coming in from their end. If they did not, they would be the very first team, and then Reflex United pick a lot more. But this is crucial for Reflex United to do a performance like this, not something that they were able to do yesterday. But when we talk about the days of the past, Max, who did not have a great run, would want to do it. They were averaging around 70. Right now, starting already at 11 eliminations, spotting the next team up for competition is going to be NXT. Separated they are. They're not playing together. Sabo runs in the other direction, and now he's been forced for a fight. His teammate trying to provide cover fire, and thankfully, his teammates from afar were there, but still there's a Nox. Wild Fox 9 has been taken out. He's done for, and now NXT have to figure their next approach. If they don't, they are going to be caught in this fight.
Absolutely. NXT for now are not looking like they've got some footing in this game. The topography is not going in their favor, whereas Max on the other side, after getting a crucial 4v4 in the beginning of the day, seems like they're going to continue the domination. 13 eliminations, and the whole team looks like they're in a unison. Sabo, his location is also going to be compromised, and eventually another elimination goes in favor of Eric, who's looking unstoppable. He's got 5 so far, making it a total of 14 for Max.
This is just a brilliant start for Max Esports. This is not something I predicted, and this is one of the reasons we were talking about them in our conversation before the game itself, Arka, is their initial 3 games on day 1. They were fabulous. But today, they are going out and beyond, knowing what's at stake. It's only the last 6 games. No more performance available after today if they don't qualify. And the similar such situation where we were talking about Revenant XSpark could be in trouble, they are right now in a very big trouble, as Vincent is the last one surviving. RFX on one end and Raiders United with Tonde Nepal Esports, and Vincent can do nothing about this.
Absolutely. And I am shocked to say that Revenant XSpark is again crumbling under pressure after having such a great start. I somewhere thought that they might break that curse. They might make a comeback in the second day. I know it's just the first game and we can expect a lot from them in the upcoming games, but with not a great start, sometimes the pressure can mount on your shoulder. Mafia on the other side taking a very risky rotation which could be rewarding, but the sad part is he's going to be get shot down by Blue God from that of TGR, and it seems like Total Gaming will have to play the rest of the game without their sniper.
Mafia down, Shanky wants to help him, glue wall up. Delete on the other end, trying to protect and buy some time, but look at that jump. Tonde Nepal Esports split their teammates in two different directions to sandwich iQOO Total Gaming, and this is going to be brilliant. Two players down, it's only Delete now trying to fight and fend off. Wants to isolate the duel, right going towards the opponent, but glue walls blocking and left and right crumbling, and with the chrono not put up and still not working, it is iQOO Total Gaming, even after all their efforts, get eliminated with only 8 eliminations at the 9th spot.
Now this is what I was speaking about. Tonde Gamer, this team is capable of doing some phenomenal job. They always tend to, hold the center of the circle, and after which they try to look forward for some eliminations. Tonde Nepal Esports, a great game if you have to ask me. 10 so far, and they're looking forward for another fight.
Brilliant strategy. I really like that approach that they took. As soon as they knew that there is a team in between and they could sandwich them. And right now, a similar approach for Max, but the zone's closing in. DP Dominators are not worried about the zone, whereas Max is, they're trying to run in rather than take this fight. Players are getting knocked, and now they are in between RNX as well, who have spotted them. Could be big trouble here for Max Esports. DP Dominators, they are also holding at a spot, but that's just a boulder, so not great for them. And right in front is going to be Tonde Nepal Esports, who have spotted that top. He's been knocked. He's one of the most crucial players for the team, and Riders are now trying to bring them back into the circle, and they still end up losing a player, that's Jazzy, and reviving him is not going to be an opportunity. And another player being knocked top once again, and Max Esports somehow found an edge at their play zone and now are troubling DP Dominators, and in front are Tonde Nepal Esports, and this is an unfortunate situation. And somehow Max are also able to hold themselves against RNX and find a knock. What a play coming in from Max Esports.
Max Esports taking the back against the zone, and at the same time, look how close they are to the circle. Whereas DP Dominators, they've got the best spot in the house so far. They have the complete topography under their control. But again, we'll also have to watch out for how RNX are going to recover from this fight and how will they make it inside the circle. Whereas Max, we've just got 3 men standing. They've got 17 eliminations and they've got nothing to lose. And they're looking much more stronger when it comes to the fights. But for now, DP Dominators, since they have an eye on Max, they're just going to pepper them down for the longest time possible.
But peppering down and eliminating is going to be RNX. They're out and done for. And that last one came in from Reflex United, and a team another to be troubled. Well, Max Esports fended off RNX, troubled them as much as possible. Now it is Reflex United in front of them. How do they beat this battle? Because right as now, they have numbers as an advantage. Both of them have spotted each other. We end up seeing a Riptide Rhythm coming into play, and instantly Reflex United decide we do not want to have a close range battle. Reason? The zone's closing in. But on the other end, brilliant nades. Takla tackles them right from head on.
Oh my goodness, that was one of the best nades I've witnessed in the recent days, and what a beautiful one. Eliminates the complete squad. Revenant XSpark was surviving for the longest time, also gets eliminated, and it comes down to three different teams from 3 different nations. DP Dominators are now being peppered upon with grenades and all kind of glue wall melters as they try to fall back. Blue Hero comes in from the other side, lands one as Supreme puts one player down. It's going to be the end of the story for DP Dominators, because it's going to be Tonde Nepal Esports who are making the comeback of a lifetime, because they were at the very bottom of the table before this game, and it seems like they might walk away with a booyah if they're able to put down the complete squad of RFX.
The zone, the positioning not good, great, but still, Tasin, he's been found, and all the players, one after another. Blue Hero, he becomes right now the villain for the entire opponent squad of Reflex United, and Tonde Nepal Esports pull off a booyah, sitting at the bottom of the charts at the end of day 1 to right now topping in the very first game with so many eliminations. What a turnaround! What a elimination heavy game, what a performance heavy game, and especially for the region itself. Nepal is going to be so happy, the supporters who are witnessing this, because after seeing what they did in day 1, the thought was all gone, but right now they've changed the entire face of day 1 to that is nothing. Today is a new day.
The way Blue Hero is smiling, it seems like, he was having a good day at office. He was not at all bothered about what was happening in the lobby. All he did was point and shoot, and every time he shot a player, all he got was some eliminations. And look at this. This was one of those moments. My goodness. He just dashes in, and the second shot also connects with Supreme coming in from behind with that grenade launcher. Every single moment from this team looked like they were a well-oiled machine, and this was one of those moments where it was just a snap of a finger and a team was just eliminated from this lobby. A commendable booyah going their way, and hopefully we'll be able to see more from their side.
When it started off, and even in the last shot, right, we ended up seeing that Tonde Nepal Esports were not together, so I was worried. Reflex United played together as a team, and we just saw how they strategized.
Yeah, the strategy was also pretty strong, if you ask me, because at one point of time when you know that your opponent is kind of stuck behind a glue wall and you're coming in from 4 different directions, you're bound to get decimated because you can't concentrate on all 4 directions. But ultimately with that Tonde Nepal Esports, they get 32 points in total. They had 31 for the 6 games they played yesterday, and they've got 32 in a single game. Shows that this team is to be watch out for.
It for sure is. And I was just talking about the strategy. Apologies over there. But how Tonde Nepal Esports played that around in the last shot, we ended up seeing, right? How Blue Hero was behind his teammates and then had almost like an alley vision. Started just shooting with his shotgun, and that's all. Everybody's done for. Brilliant performance coming in from there. And along with that, even Reflex United, a total of 24 points matching with Max Esports. Revenant XSpark at a total of 15, Raiders United at 13, iQOO Total Gaming at 10. But big surprises, our team at the bottom. Total winner, we thought they could have a better day today, but missed out. Only 2 points. Flame Esports, 0. NoMoreMercy. Comparing to what they did yesterday, today just sitting around 4 points. I'm a little, I don't know, sad, unfortunate,
disappointed
in that direction. Yeah.
I mean, if a team like... If a team like Tonde Nepal Esports can pull off something like this, I strongly feel like anybody else can. But Blue Hero, the complete spotlight was on this lad because he's got 12 eliminations, 4,000 damage, and the damage is a small number. That shows how clinical he was. Without Oscar, Joseph to move, Olivia to make sure that he has all kinds of advantages in a fight, and then Nikita for the quick reload. Everything was right. And again, we have been speaking about this. If a player is using Drakey, he's going to be concentrating more on who is the weakling of the opponents.
Weaklings right now, they are the strongest at the end of game 1. Opponents, everybody have to be worried about them. But I really like the composition. While we already spoke about Blue Hero, you also need to look at the team as a whole in terms of composition, their active skills. We end up seeing a Morse also being combined with a Cassie, with the Nero coming into play. Something that we don't see as a default by everybody. We end up seeing a Nero plushie maybe combined with having a Suzy on that end. But Morse being used with the Suzy, Maro and Moko for the sniper. While we end up seeing a Grenadier having a Nero. Is a nice and a variety for a combination.
Yeah, absolutely. I just love what Supreme has done over here. I believe that he was the one who was dealing a lot of damage in those final fights. Eventually has got 3 knockouts, 7 assists. That shows how strong he was. Let's not forget that Blue God was in unison with Blue Hero to make sure that it got 7 knockouts with 8 assists. And look at that, he's got more damage than Blue Hero, and that's how dangerous he was in this lobby. 4,628 damage in total.
And I mean, honestly, right, with Blue God also doing so much damage, we were just talking about how Mafia does it when he's in the lobby, and this time I think finally there's somebody putting up a challenge. Let's take a look at the circle analysis for the time being of how especially Tonde Nepal Esports, we saw them at TV Tower, from them went towards Echo Drain, pushed off Raiders United, where they eventually fought with even iQOO Total Gaming. And they held the Echo Drain for a long time. That southern edge of the circle moved towards Studio, DP Dominators in the meanwhile, and now I can see where the trouble happened for Revenant XSpark. As you can see, Vincent on the other corner, it was Tonde Nepal Esports who troubled Revenant XSpark, and even at the end, it was them who picked off Vincent, and finally we end up seeing that the circle analysis tells us that Tonde Nepal Esports, from the position towards TV Tower as they went towards Echo Drain, they held that position around Studio. It worked out for them for their booyah. But look at how close even Reflex United were. The only, I think, elimination miss that they had was in Circle 3, where you can see no eliminations compared to 4 eliminations that Tonde Nepal Esports have. But the highest, as you can see at Circle 2, Reflex United had picked up 6 eliminations, and I thought that reason alone was enough for Reflex United to convert, especially with how we saw they fended off RNX Arca.
Yeah, absolutely. And there comes another team that is going to be Max Esports, who got 10 eliminations in the first circle. And then we see some kind of a similar performance coming in from the side of Tonde Nepal Esports. They've got 7 in the final circle, which is rare to see. But I'm pretty impressed with how Tonde Nepal Esports have played this game, because they've got eliminations in every single game, in every single circle, and which is so much more important for you, because when you know you're in the bottom of the table, when you know you're the loose cannons of the lobby, all you have to do is be consistent in every single circle, and that has paid off really well for this team. But kind of disappointed to see RNX unable to hold on to that aggression which they have, all thanks to the casualty they were taking. And there were several other teams. Revenant XSpark underwent casualty. RNX underwent casualty. Total Gaming also, to an extent, underwent casualty in between the games, due to which the fan favorite teams were unable to showcase their true prowess.
And one thing that you did mention, right, while we were talking towards game number 4, 5 and 6, you cannot predict what's going to happen. I think it's time to call it right now. We cannot predict what's going to happen from game number 1 itself, because honestly, like, this is an eye-opener for me, Arka. I didn't have Tonde Nepal Esports. I did not have Reflex United. I had DP Dominators, yes, but all these teams already in the very first game, challenging teams who already were very consistent in picking up eliminations, points and getting themselves a booyah, and out of the blue they make it happen. And oh my god, how is this just so picture perfect? They had 2 players with the name Blue in Tonde Nepal Esports, and yes, rightfully so. They forgot about the Monday blues. They decided Sunday is going to be the day where we make sure that everybody pays for it, and they surely did. This is indeed an eye-opener. Do I think about changing my caster predictions now? That's what I'm thinking.
I mean, even if I wanted to, I believe that I'm just going to stick to them, because it's just the first game. And we all know that those teams who do homework, who watch the games curiously, and will be able to understand the opponent's strategy, can come up with the best counter strategy on the final day. And I do believe that Tonde Nepal Esports have done an exceptional job, even Max Esports to an extent. So I'll be hoping to see them, do well in the upcoming games as well. But I kind of want to incline towards Total Gaming and NXT as well, because the wounded lions in the lobby are going to be these 2 teams. And every single time we have seen them down, they always bounce back in the very next game.
And when we talk about bouncing back, I forgot I'd made a similar hope to another team like DP Dominators. I did in game number 1. I've done it for Total Winner. And this is the reason I was thinking, should I change my caster predictions and go towards what's happening right now? But with them, I have hope for NoMoreMercy. That's why, right? I already thought of bringing up a team from Nepal in my caster prediction in game number 1. But I was like, hey, it's Solara. Seems like not a great map. So I'll move into the next one. Kalahari and especially Kai. He was in our snipers to watch out for. This is their map. It should be an opportunity for NoMoreMercy. Along with them, I have Revenant XSpark. But I can see you've gone in for Max, and I think honestly has to be a pick. I don't know how a little bit of an iffy situation happened when they fought with Reflex United, because they were at a spot sandwiched between 2 teams and they still were able to make it out, eliminate RNX, and then moved ahead. So they should be the picks. I would have also had them, but along with them, iQOO Total Gaming you have, and NXT.
No, I am starting to understand how this lobby might turn out to be. I know that several teams are trying to get that booyah, initially get into a fight and then concentrate on a booyah, like that of Max, who got that early fights, and then after which we saw them kind of hold on to their horses. But suddenly when they chose to go into a fight, that is where that double-minded thoughts just kind of backfired against them. Nonetheless, Revenant XSpark are also one of those teams who usually get that early 4v4, and then after which they try to prioritize the final circle. Since they did not get that early 4v4 properly, they were kind of restricted. They were kind of, under pressure, due to which they crumbled so bad.
Now, yes, this situation of teams crumbling in the very first game, losing out on points, and I think it's time to kind of look at who those teams were. We already spoke about them in the standings that we saw after game number 1. Flame Esports, Total Winner, NoMoreMercy. One of the reasons I picked up Total Winner as well as NoMoreMercy is this, that there could be a comeback. And on the other end, we have NXT. And unfortunate for RNX, I feel it's just that position they were in and the zone closing at the same time. Max Esports strategized better. So with these 4-5 names that we have, Arka, and especially today being qualification and performance dipping like this, I am worried. I'm not sure what we are running towards Kalahari. It is the sniper's haven. That's what we are looking at. And which sniper gets activated? Still zero clue. We already spoke about Kai. I think it should be his opportunity. Yesterday, close to it. But I ended up seeing Flicker yesterday. Today it's not there, yes. But I'm bringing Flicker because on Kalahari, he was so exceptional in the position he was standing while his teammates were fighting at the sub. So hopefully somebody in that same approach.
Yeah, it was surely seen that in this map, especially, the snipers were unable to, do anything much. You take Mafia, he was unable to do it. You take Kai, he was unable to do it. You take Vincent, he was unable to do it, right? Those who top the charts when it comes to the snipers were unable to pick up the pace, but that doesn't mean that, they won't be able to do so, because the upcoming games is just sniper favor maps, and it's going to be so much more interesting. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe it's time for us to head into the next map. It's going to be the deserty islands of Kalahari, and it's important for teams from the bottom of the table to rise through the fire.
Every single team and their player needs to feel the need to rise through fire, because if the game starts now, they have to have started at least a game ago. It's time for these Tonde, Nepal Esports, Blue God, Blue Hero, all of them who've pulled off as stars after the previous game to pull off one more in their direction as we jump towards Kalahari. And let's take a look at where teams are dropping if there are clashes to happen. RNTX at the sub with Divine going in the other direction close to Max. RNX also taking a little bit of a split approach is what I end up seeing. Teammates going towards the north, one of the players going south.
But look at what's happening out here, and it seems like this three-way Mexican standoff is not going to look good for several teams, because I can see Troll is coming in closer as Tonde Nepal Esports is now looking forward to retaliate as much as possible. NXT on the other side, they've been doing exceptional. They've got 2 eliminations, and the confirmations are just going to follow up. I believe that all of a sudden, Tonde Nepal Esports is left out with one last player, and that's got to be Blue Hero. He needs to run away from this position rather than taking fights, but I don't think so. It's going to be easy, and with the blink of an eye, the top of the table starts to look a little bit different in this game, because in the previous one, the team to attain the Booyah, in this one has already said goodbye.
I now see your prediction of NXT coming into play, but Hemu, he had moved in the other direction in case the play doesn't work at Refinery. Now gets challenged by Raiders United. Can't do much. He's all alone. That elimination is okay for NXT because they were able to make a stronghold of Refinery. Raiders United on the other end, not a completely great game they were able to deliver in game number 1 on Solara, but Kalahari could change. But now changing a fate is going to be Total Winner. They spotted Shanky, and the other players from iQOO Total Gaming are widespread. So this could be the opportunity to pick up these 2 players while the other 2 are still making their way towards their reinforcements.
Now they need to be careful, because Mafia is usually well known from striking from a different angle altogether. So I strongly feel that, Total Winners needs to be careful. And before I could complete my sentence, there it is. Prince gets taken down. And suddenly the pressure mounts over Total Winners as Total Gaming is going to be pushing against them. I don't think so it's going to be a cakewalk for them. But the retaliation seems to be awesome coming in from the side of Total Winners. Hashtag is been hiding, but he's going to be exposed for a brief period of time as Hunter knows exactly where the location is. And look at the difference. All of a sudden, we see that Total Winners are on the receiving end of things.
Unable to use his util, but still knocks a player. Mafia once again lost. Aztec trying to get closer. Shanky getting his back to his feet, but nice nade. But however, Total Winner bought enough time. One of their teammates we were talking about did manage to go towards the vending machine and revive. So that elimination they'll be able to grab. They'll be happy about it. But Aflatun known, strategy realized. They're making a run for a delete. Is going to give them the idea that he's around Santa Catarina. Shot being taken will confirm the idea. And now the whole and soul of iQOO Total Gaming will start making their way to Santa Catarina.
The hometown of Total Gaming. And I don't think so they're going to have any kind of issues in tackling anybody who comes out here. And guess what? Hashtag has already seen one person. And I don't think so he's got to be escaping from this, because every time he jumps, he exposes a skull, and due to which he's going to get taken down. And eventually, on the other side, we see that one player from Total Gaming is gone taken down. And due to which Hashtag going to eventually jump towards him. Mafia, keeping a close watch on how his teammates are going to play this. Is right now running out in the open. Needs to be careful. Total Gaming. I've not seen them have this kind of a split before. Mafia comes in from a different angle. He's trying to be a little bit different. But before I could complete that, look at what's happening here. Bunny jumping around, puts one player down.
While we spoke about the splits and Raiders United, they make their own. Two players run right towards Flame Esports and they tackle them. They get them down individually. It was not even together. Both of them separate in two different directions. Get both of them. And Raiders United redeeming themselves in this game of Kalahari. 8 eliminations already in total. They would want a lot more. And when we talk about a lot more, DP Dominators this time have 4 eliminations that they've managed to grab. Top being 2 of it. Max Esports on the other end. In this game, they've not even gotten one. In game number 1, they had 10 eliminations in the very first circle. Now, they've not even found anything.
Oh. One player gets taken down and immediate trade comes through. Max Esports have started to feel the heat of this lobby. But I like it when a team gets composed as soon as they have a big elimination game. The next game itself, they go in for a controlled aggression. That's a very good approach. But Hoka on the other side misses few shots, and Madara says that I've got the Sharingan as he lands one perfectly. As Jazzy, who's been the eyes for the team, has got so much knowledge on where the players are. Ashbourne just escapes from that position. Madara is approaching closer. He knows the confirmations might come through, but on the other side, Revenant XSpark, they steal that away from him.
Stealing away another. And Jazzy this time turner activated, but for how long he's knocked? His teammate making a run. This could be an opportunity for Divine. The time turner's done, put to rest, but Divine, he gets hit by Jack in the other direction. Revenant XSpark, while they were about to pick a couple more elimination, they get picked off. Thankfully, his teammates are in the other direction. What a high intense game of Kalahari. It's switching in all directions. Players are trying to fight with each other, and even individuals are getting picked off. Raiders United, the one who troubled Revenant XSpark, are now charging right towards them.
What?
Gopo OP can't do anything. Stuck out in the open. Thought he could maybe pluck those wings of the players jumping using the launch pad, but he's the one who's going to be plucked away. That is going to be another elimination, and Raiders United surging at a total of 11 in this game already.
Oh yes, Raiders United have finally woken up. They are one of the vultures of the lobby, if you have to ask me. And guess what, Vincent? I don't think so they're going to allow him to revive, but has he done it? I'm not sure. But they get their 12th elimination out here. They're going to be so happy with the performance so far. Bunny has got 5 in his name. And Troll, once he starts get kicking, it's going to be so hard for the rest of the lobby, because he's got 3 for now and his shots are starting to connect.
But look at Bunny, he's had a really great run so far.
What?
5 eliminations already. And iQOO Total Gaming, what happened? Who and how? I end up seeing that it was one from Total Winner, but how did this happen? Were they stuck in multiple teams? And is that the case? And it looks like RNX, as I see the feed, it was a mix between Total Winner as well as RNX, and now RNX are in trouble. It seems like Total Winner are picking up pace. Shoko, last one standing, will make a run, but there's a UAV drone giving away his position, I guess. And it's in the same direction of where he's running, and therefore he's unable to outrun it. Shoko, position revealed. Total Winner are chasing him. He's made somehow towards the stone ridge, but he's unable to still spot a vending machine. Here is the replay. How and what happened? How did Total Gaming get eliminated? And it was Aflatoon making his run at the edges of the glue wall, and the last person surviving over there couldn't do much at all to save the team. Shanky unfortunate. And that puts an end to iQOO Total Gaming's run here on Kalahari.
Can't believe Total Gaming have been eliminated from Kalahari, one of the strongest maps, especially with Mafia. picking up as many points as possible. But Shoko needs to be careful. But he was able to bring all his players back before getting taken down. But this is for the first time I'm seeing that Shoko is kind of shying away from a fight. He usually chooses to take a 1v1 strongly, even though he's the last man standing. Nonetheless, the pressure of the lobby is surmounting on every single team out here, and due to which their performance are starting to dip. For now, Max Esports, they've got the arsenal for themselves, so they're well packed. They've got good accessories for the battle. And now Eric says we might have to enter into this battle.
Look at the confidence right now from Max Esports after what they did in the previous lobby. The zone's closing, but they're like, hey, we'll take this fight. Riptide Rhythm sent Revenant XSpark already were worried that there's a team that they want to battle, or they have been forced to battle. Now there's another team. Are they sure about it? But Madara, a nice shot being taken, almost about to knock the player, but unfortunate counter knock coming through. And that was a good one coming in from Revenant XSpark. And now DP Dominators, they thought they're the ones surprising Revenant XSpark. They get surprised. Inside the time turner, Jazzy trying to help his teammates by another knock, but Revenant XSpark have numbers working for them. Jazzy also gets taken down. It's all up to Aswa. He's the only one right now here, and there could be an opportunity. Thankfully, right now, while he tries to wait and fight with them, he also did revive his teammates. Therefore, this fight, whether it works in his direction or not much to be worried about. But Ursh has spotted him, ready for a 1v1 battle. And with that, he has a charge buster in hand. Ursh has his, I'm pretty sure, trustworthy shotgun as a rusher. And this 1v1 still just a damage, not an elimination.
Oh, look at this, Harsh. He needs to walk out for his backs. But again, before he could, think about who's coming behind him, he was able to land one perfectly and get that elimination for himself. Harsh has got 4 in total so far, whereas Divine on the other side has got 3. Revenant XSpark have got 8 in total, but they need to watch out for what Max Esports can do in a close range battle. Whereas on the other side, Raiders United, they become the LM leaders. They've started to become the strongest team in the lobby so far. Look at them. They've got 16 so far, and it seems like they can pick up 10 more.
Raiders United, an opportunity, and they will try to bank upon it again and again. RNX on the other end, Total Winner who troubled them, they're trying to surround. But Total Winner, they are now going to be surrounded by even Raiders United. Hassan, what can he do? He's close to the vending machine, so for sure he should be able to bring the players back up. But do Raiders United know it's 2 different teams, or it's going to be the same? Hassan in a 1v1 battle had the Steffi, but he's down. He puts Jack down. He's still trying his best and tried as he did drain their health, but not for long. That knock will also not be confirmed, and Hassan, he will be eliminated. But RNX, they're on their last leg. One last survivor is all he could afford.
I told you, if Troll is able to pick up the pace, then the whole lobby needs to be careful. He's already got 6 in his name. Bunny has got 7. The frontline assaulter as well as the sniper has started to pick things up. And that means Raiders United might end this game on a very, very high note. 18 eliminations, my goodness. Whereas DP Dominators, their location has been compromised as Revenant XSpark. They're pretty eager to take this fight. Madra gets taken down by Gopu, who gets that confirmation so quickly. But near the vending machine, I wonder what Top is doing.
Same question, Arka. He was just standing over there, and now he'll be caught by Arsh. He's been performing really well. Already has 5 eliminations. That glue wall will not stop Arsh from finding another. He's even called his teammate. Top makes a jump outside, but his teammates are nowhere close by. He's trying his best running across those huts, but he'll still meet another player from Revenant XSpark. That's how close they are. Gopu has spotted, relayed information. Vincent spots him, damage done, Riptide Rhythm as well. Nothing allowed over there for Top, and he will also be confirmed.
Revenant XSpark, it seems like the Wolves have woken up in this lobby. 11 eliminations is what this team has also got for themselves. And now they've started to prioritize the center of the circle. DP Dominators, one last man. Jazzy's location has been compromised. And I don't think so the Wolves are going to allow him to breathe anytime soon. Harsh doesn't make a mistake this time. He's not eager to take that fight. He's waiting for a backup. And eventually from far away, someone else puts an end for them. With them getting eliminated from this lobby, Revenant XSpark needs to be careful because they're left out with just 2 players.
The circle's closing. They can go back and revive their teammates, but they do not have enough in terms of money. On the other end, Total Winner, they'll also get eliminated. RNX's Arman now. As we said, the last leg for RNX, and right in front are Revenant XSpark, the wounded ones, have an opportunity inside the arsenal. But wounding even further is going to be Draken from NoMoreMercy, but gives enough time for Takla to revive his teammate Thasin Y. However, he also does the same. Draken brought back Beast. Can these 2v2 work in one of their favor? NoMoreMercy, they need points. The previous game did not work in their favor. Reflex United were close to a booyah, messed that up. Now this 2v2, how do they manage?
Takla has just abandoned his teammate, and that could be a bit of a trouble, but eventually puts up a glue wall for him to come and hide. And that means now NoMoreMercy needs to be careful. They can buy some time, that's for sure, but they need to be careful because the zone is just approaching them. Beast on the other side is trying to gain as much information as possible. As Draken on the other side, he knows that they need to be careful. Because right towards their footing comes another team. RFX on the other side, keeping a very close eye on them, puts up a grenade. Whereas on the other side, Draken comes in closer. A 1v1 battle could determine what can happen next. Draken is going to be healing himself, whereas the opponents are unable to land that shot. And slowly and steadily, enemy is weaving their way into the circle. Draken comes in from the other side, puts down Tarsini, and then Takla will be the last man standing. Draken trying to get into this compound. It's not going to be easy for him. He goes in for the heal primarily, but I don't think so it's going to be easy for him. He dashes through that glue wall. He sees an angle, but eventually from far away lands Amo. The sniper from that of NXT is also picking up eliminations, and that means that we can expect some really good action in the final circles.
And a brilliant one. Max completely wipe out Raiders United, the team who had the highest in terms of elimination. What just happened over there? Unfortunate. It looked like they were almost brewing up their own booyah, but Raiders United are out after such a big elimination heavy run. Kalahari does not spare anyone. Until and unless you have control, you have your sniper active, it doesn't work out. But Max, now they understand, even though they did eliminate Raiders United, they still don't have the best angle. The best angle is with the NXT. They have the height advantage, and Eric finally makes a jump towards it, opening up space for his teammates as well. And on the other end, Takla, the last one surviving, will be eliminated at the edge of the zone itself, bringing us to the top 3.
Look at how Divine is playing this. Again, Revenant XSpark showcases what they're capable of. Survival to its best. The Wolves are on the prowl. Whereas on the other side, NXT, they've had a great run in this lobby. And they want to end the knot on a very, very good one. Whereas Max on the other side, very well known for their 4v4. Sabo and Wildfox, both of them working in unison. Trying to come in closer. Ice nades have been thrown. But no glue wall belters. I'm kind of shocked to see that. Whereas on the other side, Max have got 10 eliminations. Consistency has been the key so far.
Key for success and a booyah as these survivors are fighting. X-Divine doesn't even want to indulge in this. A toss coming in from the opponent's end. I think both are waiting for their recharge of their abilities. The glue wall gets destroyed, but still no vision for Max Esports. On the other end, NXT, they're waiting for Max to make a mistake. They're not making a jump for it. X-Divine, he wants to witness this as a cinema, but he knows as soon as he gives a peek, he is going to be swept out. And being in the last spot, he doesn't want to give up his opportunity. As an IGL, he's thinking for the team, thinking for qualification, and NXT have a similar thing. But look at the zone. It is going in the other direction, giving an opportunity. But hey, Mo, the sniper, this is the activation he spoke about. Ashbourne is down. Sabo gets taken down. Quick exchange, and 2 players are out. Arm 44, the last one surviving, and Wild Fox 9 goes right to their face. And that is going to be NXT making sure all their 4 players survive, and they want this booyah with X-Divine. Position now revealed, time turner used, but for how long? As another one gig confirmed, and a booyah for NXT in the very first that they have their run on.
Absolutely a dominating performance yet again coming in, and guess what? It comes in from another team who are kind of in the bottom 8 of the table. Before this, Tonde Nepal Esports were able to pull up a 30-pointer, and it's good for us to say that NXT are walking in their footsteps. What a game it was, but still, I don't see any kind of happiness on their face, and that shows how serious they are. They know that they have a long walk in front of them. Probably they'll have to sprint their way into the top 8. And they're holding on to their horse as well.
You mentioned about it, right? Today has to be a high scoring game. And they have to understand that they need around close to 100 points. We spoke about it. They're around 70. That's not going to be enough. They get more 70. It's only 140. But let's talk about this. The last shot. the waiting game coming in from NXT and the way they managed, and especially Hemu. I want to see if there's an angle that we could spot, because Hemu was the one who found the opener, and after that is where Wild Fox 9 charged right towards their opponents and found eliminations, with X Divine eventually crumbling as the last player to get this booyah. Brilliant stuff being done from NXT, and especially in a situation where we are concluding game number 2, Arka, every team needs to also start counting that game number 1 is done, game 2 is done, we are moving to game 3. If this continues and we don't grab points, it is going to be difficult to qualify in the top 8.
Now, the most important part for us to realize is that if the teams on the bottom of the table are able to get 30 pointers for themselves, they're inching closer towards that 100-point marker. And due to which, the teams who are in the middle fray, that is from the 7th to the 12th position, they'll have to now wake up. Raiders United will be grabbing that limelight because of the 22 eliminations they were able to pull up of 28 points. NXT, I somewhere felt like they reached that 30-pointer, but eventually they fall 5 shy of the 30, 25 so far, and I think it's a decent run.
Decent, yes, I agree, but unfortunate, even them getting eliminated, because look at them, they have 9 more elimination from the team who got the booyah. 22 position, unfortunate. Max Esports maybe grabbed them while they were about to jump towards the zone. Whatever happened, unfortunate for them. On the other end, Revenant XSpark and X Divine playing his tricks, knowing that his team also needs point. We spoke about, right, 133, but 133 doesn't mean that you can just grab some points and qualify. We are seeing 170 somewhere being the threshold. On the other end, Max also are about to mount their comeback. Total 18 points, total winner have at 13, Reflex United 11. But unfortunate for Tonde Nepal and iQOO Total Gaming, who are just sitting at 5 and 2 points, and Flame Esports, still their day has not started, barely getting single digits.
No, Total Gaming at the bottom of the table is not something we witness every day. I don't know how come they're not able to catch up to this momentum. But this is what the standing looks like for the day. Max Esports, the most consistent team in the lobby, have got 42 points in their name. Even though the teams who have acquired Booyah are in the 5th and the 6th position, those who are inclining towards the eliminations are holding the top of the table. Raiders United, one good game and they come into the top 2 spots. 41 points for themselves.
Revenant XSpark at 35. They should be closing in at 170 plus very soon. Reflex United at 35 for themselves. Tonde Nepal Esports at 34. NXT at 31. This is where I would cut the discussion, because every other team has fallen short in terms of points. Even RNX. But for viewers, don't be surprised. Hey, what happened to the 100 points, 70 points that teams had grabbed on day 1? It has not yet added. This is just today's standing between these two groups. And at the bottom, we have Flame Esports, who are on single digit, whereas every other team is still trying to fight for it. Along the mix at the bottom was iQOO Total Gaming. We'll come back to that discussion, Arka, because it's time to talk about this man who made the deed happen for the Booyah for NXT, is Wild Fox, with the Chrono and the M592 charged right to their opponent. Find this Booyah.
You know, every time I see that Joker smile in the NXT logo, it kind of scares me, because once this team finds that momentum, they can be the most consistent team in the lobby, with Wild Fox right now leading this team and Hemu able to pick up, knocks every now and then. It could be pretty dangerous for the rest of the teams out there. Nonetheless, we see that a Chrono Shield being used with Ativa for the quick revival, a Joseph just to make sure he moves quickly, and Nikita for the quick reloads. I believe this is a complete set for both aggressive and a defensive mode.
Yeah, and look at his stats as well. 1,300, 4 eliminations, 4 assists. So, brilliant in terms of his work. And this is what we generally talk about, right? Rushers, this is what they average around. But yes, we have seen rushers who have surged towards 4,000 or even more in terms of damage. And I really like games going in that direction. But now let's talk about the Booyah team stats as well. His teammates who also need the credit. First, I want to talk about Hemu. I think this Morse is now being a norm that everybody is coming into as a sniper and is working out really well. Here the role says something else as an assaulter, but not to be worried. That's what Hemu is known for. With the Suzy, Maro and Moko, this is what a sniper does. Find your opening, especially such a map as Kalahari. And Ash as the Grenadier. And this is, I don't know whether this is the teams from India moving towards I would say, Grenadier with the Nero combination coming through. And with that, we even have a Moko for him. So this is something that I saw previously as well. something they're making and it is working, Arka, this combination.
I guess it's about, letting themselves know where the opponents are. If you're tossing a grenade and you understand that this is where my opponents are, you'll be able to land it much more perfectly. Nonetheless, look at the damage being shared. They were more clinical than the rest of the lobby is what I believe, because 4 eliminations for 1,300 damage, 5 for 1,500, whereas Hemu was more about getting that initial knock and the opening for the team. The whole team has worked in a good unison.
And as a unit, this team performed when it was needed. As we jump towards the circle analysis, it starts off, I think, a little decent because we did see NXT in trouble, as you can see, right? At Shrines, Oldhampton, back and forth, they're reviving their player, went to Council Hall. So they did have issues, but also in the circle 1, you can see they have 6 eliminations in total. After that, they were figuring out where their position is, and they went to Santa Caterina and they got the edge of the circle. They were so happy from their forth that they did not worry about, hey, do we need to be worried about teams behind us? Because they did not. While they were at the north, they had the safest spot. Nobody came for a battle, so Santa Caterina for sure was to be safe, and they ended the battle with a booyah.
Absolutely right. The second, third and the fourth circle, no fights whatsoever. All they did was, try to hold the topography for themselves, understand what's happening around them, have that knowledge, and then eventually take advantage of it. Similarly, we saw another team kind of play that is going to be NoMoreMercy, because they also had bit of casualties. The second and the third circle did not go in their favor, but eventually by the time they could take some fights, they eventually got wiped off. But I'm kind of shocked to see that Total Gaming, they got eliminated somewhere close to that Santa Caterina region, because this is the place they call themselves home. And if the final circle has happened around that region, they will have the highest bets of getting that booyah.
And along with them, I think even Reflex United, this was an off game for them. Started with that circle 1, but I only see 2 eliminations, and then at circle 4,
circle
and this
1,
is where we saw...
Yeah, they got 2. Yes, correct.
Yeah, 2 eliminations, and at circle 4 again another 2, but this battle was a 2v2 where they were at the edge of the zone and they were troubled. That fight was, that fight for me, yes, honestly was almost close to an anime battle. Very fun it was between them, of how they were trying to use their abilities, throwables, all of it, and then conclude the fight in the direction for Reflex United, but he was the last man at that position. But I think the most disappointing run is going to be Raiders United. Even though they got 20 total points, 28 around, they're 12 eliminations in circle 1. I hope they get closer to a booyah in terms of how they're already firing through.
Now, this is going to make things much more interesting out here, because the upcoming game is going to be a very, very interesting one. It's going to be the map of Bermuda, where we see a lot of clashes in the middle fray of this map, especially towards that clock tower, towards the peak, and then also a team near the Bhima Shakti Strip who can just come through the zip lines and be engageful in all those fights. So I'm hoping to see a different approach in this map, because Observatory, Hangar, we have Cape Town, we have Sentosa, we have Mars Electric, all of this still open for the taking.
And when we kind of spoke about Bermuda, right, Arka, when we were moving towards game number 1, we said Bermuda should be the game when teams will reset themselves, because that is a game they're all familiar with. But looking at the preferred drop spots, again, for everybody, this can maybe be the drop spots when the game starts, or maybe not. It depends on what they decide, whether they want this clash at the immediate run on Bermuda, depending on how many points they have. Like, for example, I think here Tonde Nepal Esports, after the game they started on game number 1, would want to try and challenge after their unfortunate early elimination at Clock Tower. But is it going to work for Flame? Is it going to work for RNX? On the other end, NXT, NoMoreMercy, Max and iQOO Gaming, all at peak. That is another big hotspot if that happens as a fight. But I'm surprised, right? The center has become a hotspot, whereas the extreme outer edges of Bermuda, individual teams. Now, if they time that perfectly, right, in terms of a third party fight, today we don't have GG Instinct in that instance, it could work out.
Now, looking at our predictions, I'm kind of shocked to see that you incline towards Max all of a sudden, whereas I go towards RNX as Total Gaming as well, because these two teams, as I said, once they get into action, once they realize that things are not going right, they just forget about the rest and they just go bonkers. So I do believe that they can do a lot if they come into that fray. And then we have got RFX, because I still feel like, this is one of those teams who have got a lot of firepower. They're still not showcasing it.
I agree. I think, and especially this is something I banked on, that, hey, Reflex United have played the 25 season. A little bit of a switcheroo in the playing 4 that they have, but still a little bit of experience, understanding, and maybe I think because it's a new set of teams, only some are the ones who are repeating, some from India. We have Pakistan as a new region, some from Bangladesh from their own very end that we end up seeing. Maybe they're used to the players or know how they would want to fight with them, but it's not yet there. However, Max Esports today, at least a little consistent. They've been picking up double digits in game number 1 and game number 2. Both they've been in the top 5 or top 6 so far. So that is the reason I picked up, and also depending on their previous stats. This is what I said, right? On day 1 when I ended up seeing Max Esports, their stats were good. Especially it was game number 1 as well, and Max performed well. All my today's predictions are that depending on what they did on day 1 or day 2 in terms of performances whenever these groups faced, is what I've done predictions. I am not going on their performance today at all because it's not worked in my direction. Because hey, Tonde Nepal Esports, I did not think about. NXT, I did not think about. But I really like when I am getting disproved of my theories of, hey, it's not always the stats. But you guys can also in the chat disprove us in telling us that your teams are better and they're going to be the ones getting the booyah in going to Bermuda.
Yeah, let us know your predictions because next is going to be the default map. And also have a request for you guys. Please go share it among your friends. Let them know that this tournament is going on and their favorite teams are also duking it out. It's a fight in this in the complete area region for now, the South Asia region. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to jump into the map of Bermuda, the very basic map which kind of challenges every other team out there. Let me tell you this, every survivor who has played this game knows this map in and out.
Basic by terrain, but completely unpredictable because of the teams. We start with NXT and they are the ones who got the booyah in the previous game. Start off around Hangar and we cut the map in half, going through Peak and end at Keratin. Now we already see a drop and a heavy one at Rimnam village. Did not predict for that. Revenant XSpark, total winner, Flame and RNX. This is an all-out brawl here in Bermuda.
I hope the teams do not extend their fight too much because the third parties and the fourth parties are just going to weigh way too heavy up their shoulders, and Flame on the other side, since they are the first team to land, will have a greater advantage. And before I could complete my sentence, and guess what? It's going to be Gopo who says, you know what? I know how to open things up because with experience and firepower, I can give the right kind of opening.
First one found. For the time being, they'll be the elimination leader. But Reflex United, they started the fight. That's going to be with DP Dominators. Flame, while they got a little bit of an opportunity to get their artillery ready, they are now challenging RNX. Adib's put down. Hassan will want to find an opportunity, but he's stuck out in the open. Rasil, before going down, did take one player down with him. Now Elite, he has to walk in very fast because the player right in front is super low and timing very well placed. And that is going to be Flame getting 3 eliminations for themselves. If they mess this up a little bit, RNX could have made a comeback.
Absolutely. But RNX, they understood there are many landing towards this region, so they go in for a clever 1v3 split. Whereas Flame on the other side, you know, they've always relied on the unity, and due to which they're playing it really safe. But a Quadra comes in the hands of Tassini, who's been phenomenal throughout this tournament. RFX, you know, I'm kind of expecting them to play this game really well, and it seems like they're living up to my expectations.
Tasin Y has an opportunity, but he uses the vending machine, revives his teammate. Is he quick enough? HP not that great. His EP trying to help him back up, but is it going to be enough? NXT Sabo on a 1v1, he's really good, but there's another team here to surprise. And Tasin Y, he's going to be spotted and also taken down. But this is coming in from iQOO Total Gaming. On one end, Tonde Nepal Esports. Stuck in between is NXT and there is iQOO Total Gaming. This is going to be brilliant. Another sandwich in the brew.
Yeah, NXT Sabo, all he has to do is sandwich himself between the glue walls. But guess what? He comes out in the open, not realizing how many were there in the lobby and or in the room, and eventually gets taken down. But Total Gaming, they come in to strike when the iron is hot, and they're going to be rewarded with a few. Whereas TGR, when they've been playing it really clever, Mafia immediately realizes that he needs to fall back and buy some time for his team. Whereas, Tonde Nepal Esports, they need to be careful, because if they continue to be aggressive, if they continue to not realize the importance of all 4 players, they might not be able to replicate the first game.
I'm pretty sure Tonde Nepal Esports big time wanted, because imagine they ended day one with just 30 points. So today they have to replicate in a very big manner. And RNX also in that similar fashion had around 70 points. NoMoreMercy in front of them. NoMoreMercy had almost a good game, but right now Hassan timing really well, but he also gets taken down. That's going to be Draken. Kai wanted to protect his teammates, but Draken also gets hit as he was trying to run in towards Hassan. And he will be put down. Quick was Adib. But Prince is also here. That is total winner. Again, multiple different teams coming in for a fight. Timing perfect. Glue wall will protect. Can he do something different? Trying his best, but he'll also be knocked eventually. Adib. Hassan goes out. Prince and total winner. They'll get complete control of Observatory for the time being. And NoMoreMercy will nowhere be here.
What a timing to come in third party. Total winners. I did not expect them to, kind of sweep. They watched out with which were the strongest links of the opponent teams. They put that down first and then they concentrated on the rest of the players. Revenant XSpark, even though they have a very wide spread out here, they played it really well. But now Mafia is trying to run away from this position. They realize that just in case something goes wrong, they need a player at a far distance to revive the teammates. But look at how Shanky is hiding in plain sight. No. Eventually he gets tagged off, he gets knocked off, and the confirmation might come through. It's got to be Blue Hero who gets it, but Hers says that was mine and eventually run towards him.
And he is moving in the right direction. Could be trouble, but it seems like Tonde Nepal Esports' other players are nowhere close to help out Blue Hero. I did see Supreme, but I think he's just holding in cover, because he knows he doesn't have an opportunity to fight, because Revenant XSpark have an opportunity. But along with Tonde Nepal Esports, who suffered casualties here, Arka, I think iQOO Total Gaming also did not have an opportunity to revive their teammates. We ended up seeing Mafia making a run, Shanky again going down. Finally, they have gotten their players back up. Let's hope it works out. But for the time being, we end up seeing both the elimination leader as well as Damage King, both from one team. That's going to be Reflex United. Damage King was Takla, and on the other end, Tasin Y was the elimination leader. Revenant XSpark on the other end, they want to be the leaders of the lobby and even the overall standings at the end of the day, and they're smartly playing around it. Total 8 eliminations, but Max, they suffer a lot more, and they are the ones at the edge of elimination as NXT jump right to them, grab 8 in their name.
Absolutely, NXT. But now Sabo, it seems like he's more interested in fights, whereas Ash, he gets taken down. And that means NXT need to be careful. And both the players are running to the nearest vending machine. Flame on the other side. They've got a very healthy 9 eliminations in the beginning. And since they've got Pochinok for themselves, almost to the center of the circle, all they have to do now is try to defend this territory for the longest time possible.
Everyone right now here in Bermuda is trying to claim territory. That is clearly seen, Arka. We saw on one end Tonde Nepal Esports wanted to do it, but then Revenant XSpark came through. That did not work out. Now Revenant XSpark have cleared that position. Again, circle being the factor that it is forcing teams to move towards the circle where the zone's closing and everybody is being left out. NoMoreMercy, they have one control of a compound. However, iQOO Total Gaming, they have not found one. And in that same trail, Revenant XSpark, who troubled them, they're in that same direction. So another fight could be brewed once more.
Absolutely. Total Gaming. Finally a calm before the storm, if you ask me. The third circle is now formed up. And everybody knows that they need to get themselves at the correct corner of the circle. NoMoreMercy, they've got 3 healthy eliminations. Whereas far away, we see that total winners, they're slowly able to, get into this game. But Adib, in open sight, he was trying to get away from this position. He's going to be ruthlessly taken down. And Hunter says probably this is the direction where his teammates have gone. And they choose to go a bit more further. Yes, there is a recall tower and a vending machine, and that's where they're concentrating their firepower on. Whereas on the other side, I see Reagan. He just revived somebody and he's using a vehicle to run away, or rather a horse to run away from this position.
Not the track and the race that he would want to be in. And he's all alone. Still somehow between the containers trying to hold off, but doesn't work out. Sami, he finally lands the blow with the M590, and that is going to be him being eliminated. Thankfully, as you said, just before going out and taking the horse for a run, he did revive his teammates. So therefore, there is another opportunity. But opportunity well used by DP Dominators. Pluck off Max's arm 44 from the wind itself. And Max Ashbourne has to just run away. He can't even flinch towards a retaliation because he is not together with his teammates. Doesn't have enough to get them all back up. And now with one lost and with the widespread of their team, has to figure out the next approach. But approach for DP Dominators is also crucial, Arka. They need points. We are in game number 3. Everybody needs to understand, sitting at the 16th position with only 78 points, DP Dominators, this 6 eliminations are not going to be enough.
Absolutely. Whereas on the other side, I'm starting to feel concerns for RNX. We're looking so good so far, and all of a sudden they're starting to feel the pressure of the lobby. Look at that. I've never seen Hassan fall back from a fight. And that's, all thanks to that wrong placement of this fight. Nonetheless, RFX, they're being kind of confident in this fight. As Adib tries to get in closer, the off angles being held is perfect. But now, towards that vending machine, they're trying to do their best. And I believe that RNX are starting to get an upper hand in this fight.
Hopefully they do, because so far what I've seen at RNX's end, whenever they tried Arka, especially them coming back to Rimnam village, from here they were forced to be sent in the other direction. I think around Observatory, from there also they get forced back. Somehow now hold off one team, RFX, but there is Flame back again, who claimed eliminations against RNX right here at Rimnam village. But if these teams fight amongst themselves and not the teams at the top, look at Flame at the 18th spot, 61 total points. They've gotten 12 in this game. Good for them. But where is RNX? They're at the 14th spot. We are constantly talking about this. Only the top 8 will manage to go. And right now sitting at the top 8 is only Revenant XSpark and iQOO Total Gaming.
Rimnam village is turning out to be a chaotic place in this map. Whereas RNX, I like their approach. They went in for a 1v3 split. They sent one player already away from this position so that he can make it inside the circle. But Flame so much interested in taking this fight. As much as possible, a player tries to buy some time. Whereas on the other side, Hassan, he says, I'm still here breathing. As he puts down a player, he sees another one coming in closer, connects some shots. Eventually puts up a glue wall to heal himself. He's going to get in closer for sure. Waiting for Rasil to get in closer. Even before, he can continue the fight, his teammate gets taken off. Oh my god, from an off angle. He shouldn't have gone up that building, and he realizes it. He puts his hand on his head immediately. He had so much of time to buy and at the same time re-strategize. He could have used a lower topography for himself.
While we talk about topography, it's going to be Tonde Nepal Esports climbing towards peak, and DP Dominators right in front. They're challenging them and they're ready for it. Nero Plushie, that's been used. I think it was from their team itself, and that's the reason it's not doing the damage. And DP Dominators had already run away. They're in the maze for the time being. But Tonde Nepal Esports, they thought they were fighting with DP Dominators, but Raiders United have them clipped and pinned right now. Knocks coming through, but finally retaliation. Blue God puts a stall for the time being against Raiders United to at least patch themselves up and strategize. Do they go towards DP Dominators or do they move towards Raiders United? Because if they move towards Raiders United, that is where the circle is. So that could be the better call. But DP Dominators, they're making their way back towards Tonde Nepal Esports right now.
Tonde Nepal Esports, they have a big advantage in front of them. Supreme gets taken down, but Madara is going to be the next target. Blue Hero puts him down and eventually now concentrates on Jazzy on top, where he's going to be put down. And Blue God, oh my god, the last man standing. Jazzy says no as he puts him down. And it's going to be Tonde Nepal Esports who gets eliminated from this lobby. Kind of a shocker to see a team which had such a great run in the first map is slowly coming down on their knees. Revenant XSpark on the other side. Now I've got NXT way too close to them. And the fight for the circle now begins.
Circle moving away from Revenant XSpark and NXT. But NXT, who are holding Revenant XSpark from getting close. But opening Vincent! This is why we said snipers having a heyday, meaning it's going to be a hailstorm for everybody else. And right now NXT in trouble. But Vincent, his position's revealed now with that opening. So the rushers, they need to get active. And X-Divine, who tried to be the very first one as an IGL, made the mistake. He's down and clipped, but Arsh with a max 7 gets one, but it's not going to be enough as there's a charge in coming in from NXT. Gopo OP tries, it doesn't work. It's all up to Vincent. He was on the roof, and this is done for. Unfortunate. Revenant XSpark, from the way they started started, from now how they've crumbled, the only thing that Vincent can do is make a jump. He tried, he decided, but he knew if he made a jump with so low health, he would have been clipped right with his wings in the air itself. Making a jump, hoping nobody takes a shot, and thankfully right across the compound he makes a jump. But look at where he's gone. He's in the zone and he went for a vending machine. Can he do it in time? Nice glue wall, and that'll help Revenant XSpark to be revived.
Oh, this is where the retaliation also comes through as Wildpaw gets taken down. I don't know whether NXT are digging their own grave out here as Sabo is trying to do his best, but the number of glue walls will put in by Vincent is phenomenal and they need to be careful, whereas far away Max gets eliminated from this lobby and RNTX, who are flying down from the skies, are going to be shot mid-air. And with that, Total Winners also gets eliminated with a blink of an eye. So many fights are taking place and many teams are exiting from the lobby.
Look at how small the circle is, but we still have 8 teams surviving and fighting. iQOO Total Gaming's Mafia has been taken down. Shanky, Delete and Aztec, they're the only ones. And Raiders United, another game with an elimination spree is what they wanted. But now they have only 3. However, the Ridge, the circle center, they have all of it. They want to answer with it. They're trying their best, but players are jumping in all direction. And iQOO Total Gaming have a trouble right in front of them. That's going to be NoMoreMercy. And with the player down, that's trouble for Total Gaming. Aztec is also being knocked. Shanky and Delete are the only 2. Can another team come in as a saving grace? Riptide Rhythm does come through towards NoMoreMercy. Delete trying to fend off with the glue walls. He's putting up no tosses coming through as a nade. But NoMoreMercy, they've climbed up the boulder. Nero plushie in time. They have to just get close now.
You need to be careful because Shanky and Delete, they're well known for their synergy. Look at how Delete is trying to traverse around, but it's Jack from far away who puts an end for Shanky, and suddenly we're able to see that Total Gaming won't be able to survive for the longest time possible. They get eliminated at the 7th position, and all of a sudden Raiders United, they've caught themselves in a very good position. Bunny gets taken down and the pressure starts to shift. Harsh on the other side, he also gets taken down, and NoMoreMercy are actually not showing mercy in this lobby.
Draken made a jump. He's found one, but there's not going to be enough. His teammates, they were about to be in trouble, but Beast, he makes his way through along with Draken, and Raiders United, they get swept off. No, so well is NoMoreMercy, and finally, as their name says, that's what they're doing to the lobby. And RNX on the other end, they would want to do it to Reflex United after all the trouble they had, after all the wounding up, bandages that they put up. Now they're ready for another fight. But DP Dominators, they cannot say the same thing because NoMoreMercy have numbers and they're ready to take everybody down and also take control of the Ridge as the time comes to the top 3.
RNX now prioritizing the circle. They're trying to run away from this position, making sure they put down NoMoreMercy first, but RFX on the other side are slowly closing the gap between them and RNX, which could be a little bit problematic. And I wonder what's happening in the brains of RNX. And suddenly they turn around and put down Tasin and they push in towards the side of Takla, where he's going to be the last man standing. It's not going to be easy for them. With a blink of an eye, they eliminate the complete squad. And guess what? This is where NoMoreMercy come in closer. It's just a 3v4 situation, and RNX have still got a good hold on this. And before I could complete that sentence, it's going to be Arman who gets taken down. Shoko is trying to do his best, but Yuri is able to retaliate well with this, ladies and gentlemen. NoMoreMercy. They eventually show no mercy to anybody in this lobby and walk away with a phenomenal booyah.
Another team from Nepal, they managed to get their booyah here on qualification day. South Asia Plains, and you can see Yuri already showing off the flag, making sure that Nepal is going to be again happy. And I am also happy to see this. This is the reason I wanted some of my predictions with teams from Nepal. Know their capability, know they can do it. They did it. They qualified from the South Asia Plains previously, made it to the main event. Main event got a tad bit difficult, but right now, NoMoreMercy made sure they are the ones who are going to be mercifully putting every opponent down. But it started here. RNX, they found their way towards Reflex United, but it was Reflex United who made the mistake, traversed the edges of the circle, and they came towards RNX itself, and that gave an advantage for none other than our team, NoMoreMercy, who had the ridge advantage, the height advantage, and the way they fought and won against Raiders United, that itself got them their opportunity for a booyah, because Before that, when we were talking 8 teams were there, Arka, it was Raiders United at the center of the circle in a position so good. They were able to take iQOO Total Gaming down. Even NoMoreMercy, another team which was jumping in from that direction. All were in trouble, but somehow NoMoreMercy played well. First fought with iQOO Total Gaming, then realized that Raiders United are in front, found an opening there and rushed right to them. And from there, they knew what they had to do to get this booyah.
Absolutely. Now I'm interested to see what the points look like, because NoMoreMercy, they've got 18 eliminations, 30-pointer, a big number if you ask me, because all these teams from the bottom of the table have started to rise, which is kind of favoring, the teams in the middle fray as well. RNX Esports on the other side, they've started to, kind of get an average of 18 to 23, and they're going to be happy about it. DP Dominators, one of the other teams, you were saying that they have to make a comeback. It seems like they are also making a comeback.
Is there any others? I'm just taking a look at this game standings, and as of now, one I am a tad bit disappointed is going to be, after complimenting Max Esports, a team from Bangladesh who were consistent in game 1 and game 2. This is the same replication that happened in game 3 on day 1, and it happens once again. Just 4 points. Max Esports, unfortunate if that happens, but Tonde Nepal Esports is well in that similar direction of just getting single digits after their brilliant booyah, like a team from their same region that NoMoreMercy did. I am unable to see this in their charts, that they're unable to replicate. But with that, let's take a look at the overall standings. We were already seeing in the game screen towards the right hand side, but now you could see it exactly where it stands. Revenant XSpark, they've already made a jump, 184 points, and this is what we spoke about. X Divine knows when it's time to qualify, will make that happen. iQOO Total Gaming at the 7th spot at 154, and NoMoreMercy, they've made their jump at 129 with a close Reflex United. 3 more games to go, Arka. I am still not sure. I feel like for the team at the 8th spot, the cutoff will drop big time, but for the teams from 7th to the top, it is going to be high.
I mean, I still feel like, it's gonna reach 180 pointer. Look at that. The point difference between the 8th team and the 12th team position, the 4 teams, the point difference is hardly 8 to 9 points. And that's how close it is. If I add another 5 more points to that, I'll be able to add 13 and the 14th position team also in this fray. And I believe that the war is yet to be fought. The battles are yet to be finished, because after this, the final set of games to be played, and that's going to be a very interesting affair.
The only reason I still think that it could be a little lesser is because the first 3 games, Tonde Nepal Esports, NXT, and right now a booyah coming in for NoMoreMercy. It has been all 3 different teams and who have not sat in the top of the charts in day 1 and day 2. Right as now, sitting at the top at the MVP after game Bermuda is going to be Kai. And we saw him earlier today with the snipers to watch out. And this is what we've been talking about. Snipers are so ever crucial. And I like the build finally. That's something that we are used to. I'm feeling a little familiar with this build. VSK, Skylar on one end with Maro and Moko, plus a Raphael, which we saw yesterday with Mafia. So in that same direction, when we already speak about that snipers to watch out. And if he's here, this is brilliant. But damage not that high yet.
Yeah, and if you're more clinical with lesser damage, I believe, it's a better approach to the game. And that's what Kai has been impressing us. Even at the beginning of the day, when we saw in comparison to Mafia how he's been doing, he had been more clinical. The more knocks, the lesser the knocks and the more eliminations conversion. And that's why he's one of the player to watch out for in this tournament. At the same time, his teammates have also got a very, very familiar setup. We've seen an Oscar with Nikita, J-Beeps and Joseph. A good one for Russia. For Yuri, it's Chrono, Thiva, Joseph and Nikita. Another default I see. Whereas for the Beast, a tactical market with Alvaro, Beastin, and then a Suzy, obviously, for the coins. And then Nikita for the quick reload with a Nero. So it seems like, sometimes when you stick to the textbook basics and you're doing everything right, you will be able to put points on the table. Agreed,
Arka. I think it is very crucial, especially in situations when you are still not finding points, you're not still familiar of what's going on. You hit back to the basics, and right now I think very well placed in basics and getting them towards their booyah. And after what they did yesterday, this is something that should have happened in the very initial games. but it is bound to happen. The only reason is when as soon as a group changes, right, you have to now get used to that lobby. But with that, let's talk about the stats as well. Kai, we already spoke about him. He was the MVP, but his teammates, they were also crucial, especially for me, Beast and Draken, because when they fought with iQOO Total Gaming and then they denied Raiders United their opportunity, these players were very crucial. And you can see 3 eliminations on him. Beast 4 for Draken and Yuri with 4, and everybody is averaging 1000 plus damage. Not to be worried about it. 999, I still consider it as 1000 because that's what you buy everything at. Nobody buys anything at 999.
Look at how the southern part of this map is vacant. And slowly and steadily, as we go into the game, everybody start to push towards that Mars Electric region. And even after fights took place over there, everybody kind of, abandons Pochinok. And then when the final circle comes in, an uphill battle is supposed to take place. There's one team which stood out for me. That was NoMoreMercy. In the second circle, yes, they were kind of shy away from fights. But the fifth circle where they actually picked up the pace and they ended the sixth circle with a booyah.
Now, there are some teams who ended up playing very sharp and on point, right? On one, that name is going to be Revenant XSpark for sure. And that is one of the reasons we just saw them in the top at the overall standings. But one team I really like of how they played, Rimnam Village, we spoke about that, how RNX were fought with. And 10 eliminations in Circle 1 for Flame Esports. Games like this are not easy to come by, and this is why conversion of games as such is very crucial. They ended up getting 14 points in just eliminations, but imagine if they were able to make their way even further towards the last few circles, maybe in the top 4 or top 5, they could have gotten 8 or 6 placement points for themselves, Arka. Those being denied, right? And especially on the crucial day of qualification, if you're unable to balance yourself for both elimination as well as placement points, it's very difficult to qualify. Because see, Raiders United, they've been finding elimination since yesterday, whereas Flame are not on that same trajectory. So if you want eliminations working out, you should have at least got placement points on the previous days that you played. If that's not the case, it is just going to get tougher and the pressure is just going to build.
I mean, the numbers speak for itself, right? Flame have right now got 19 eliminations for the day in comparison to just 1 placement points, and that shows that they're more inclined towards getting those eliminations. But what's more important for them is to also concentrate on getting those booyahs, also getting that big chunk of 12 points, because Revenant XSpark, even though they're playing similar to Total Gaming, all thanks to their survival of Vincent, that they're able to reach the top 3 spots. So I do believe that sometimes you need to think straight, you need to think out of the box also. And that is where Revenant XSpark are shining brighter than the rest of the squads out there. But yes, it seems like the cutoff is slowly falling short of 170. But I strongly feel those teams approaching that 170 marker gets 1 or 2 good games, it becomes much of a bigger number.
Bigger number is what everybody wants at the end of the day, because that will put them at ease of qualification. But qualification is not yet at horizon. It's yet 3 more games after you will know. So for that, we'll take a short break, give the teams a little bit of a rest. As we come back, it's time to start the next game. That's going to be game number 4. Don't go anywhere.
With the bottom team slowly rising to the occasion, it seems like the overall standing is having a bit of a shuffle, and this is starting to make things much more interesting. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are watching Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring. With me is going to be Cribs, and I've been there for a long time now. So Cribs, I'm going to welcome you, and I have a lot of questions to shoot at you, but first of all, what do you have to say about the performance of Total Gaming and Revenant XSpark? Because we were expecting a lot from these two.
Yeah, and I'm still expecting a lot from these two. Even though it's been a rather mediocre start for them, I don't think that they are in that much danger just yet.
Yeah.
I think they should still be able to get ahead of the pack and get inside that top 8. I mean, one of the teams that was in the top, just outside of the top 8, I'm talking about RZX. They have already been dethroned and they have relegated down to the 15th position now. But everybody else, I think they are still in a position where they need to stop Revenant XSpark and Total Gaming, because even at this low, slow, mediocre pace, I think that these two teams should be able to make it into the top 8 regardless. I'm worried about the other teams who are outside of the top 10 right now, especially teams like NXT. Yeah, sure, they managed to get a booyah, but is that enough? As of now, I don't think so.
Absolutely. Now, I know that, teams are actually pulling off a booyah, but at the same time, not many are able to replicate it in the further games. So, no matter how much hard work you do, without consistency, I don't think so you'll be able to reach the top of the hill. Nonetheless, in the upcoming map of Purgatory, we see a very small cluster take place that's between 4 teams towards the field and the Brasilia. And I'm expecting not much of action to take place in the map of Purgatory, because yesterday as well we saw that teams were shying away from fights, especially in this map.
Yeah, and sometimes you try to avoid one fight and get into another one. That's just the standard rule of any Free Fire map, not just Purgatory. But the weirder thing I noticed yesterday is that for a good chunk of 2-3 minutes there won't be any fights. And I know 2-3 minutes doesn't sound like much, but in Free Fire terms it's almost like one whole business day. So for 2-3 minutes you wouldn't see a fight, and then two teams start taking pot shots at each other from a distance. Some other team will assume that this is a full-blown fight and it's not just a bunch of long-range shots exchanged, and then they will slam into the other team, just desperately trying to get their compound, and then that will continue snowballing, and that will turn into a huge fight with 5 teams. So it will go from 0 to 100 with no warning whatsoever, but every now and then you will feel like there's not much happening, and that's why the whole pacing of Purgatory seems to be a bit off, and that will throw off a lot of teams, because a lot of these teams are used to consistent action. They are used to fighting on the spot. I was talking about teams like GG Instinct that we saw yesterday, even though they're not present in the lobby today. You could see how they were picking up a couple of eliminations in every circle. But in Purgatory, what I noticed so far is that there will be a massive section in between the 3rd and 4th circle where no team picks up a fight. And that is just so weird to me, because generally we are used to seeing a bunch of teams getting eliminated while rotating during that 3rd to 4th circle shift. And now I look at the circle analysis and I'm like, how are so many teams not even getting shot at? It's weird to me. I can't comprehend it.
I strongly feel that today we might witness a different kind of Purgatory, to be frank, because since every other team wants to put a maximum of 30 points on the table, they look forward for those fights, and they can't have it in the 1st or the 2nd circle alone. So the 3rd and the 4th circle is where they look for at least 3 or 4 eliminations, and in total try to reach that 20 pointers in eliminations and then concentrate on that booyah. Nonetheless, if not for the Purgatory, we have 2 more maps to go, so that means they need to become much more consistent in the upcoming games. And what do you have to speak about the teams from Nepal, especially because we saw that, Tonde Nepal Esports, they started off so well and suddenly they are not able to pick up that pace or not be consistent, to be frank.
Exactly. And even that one game where they managed to get the booyah, that they managed to win, I'm like, so what? Yeah, sure, you win. But you're not even in the top 10. How is that booyah going to make a difference? I think that was a one-hit wonder, and they really need to start getting more of these one-hit wonders into the mix. They need to start, banking upon their consistency. Only and only then they stand a chance. But within just 3 games, I don't know if they can climb up that much.
Completely agreed. And looking at our predictions now, I kind of incline towards Flame was starting to, concentrate more on those eliminations, are able to come into the top 5 every now and then. So I go with them. DP Dominators, obviously, yes, these are the teams inclining more towards getting those eliminations. And for one last time, I want to put my hopes on Revenant XSpark because at times we see them do really well in a fight and all of a sudden they get taken down. So probably this could be one of those maps where they can come back into that consistency.
I really hope that this is one of those maps where they come back into consistency, because so far they might just be in the top 8. They, are going at a decent enough pace, but there's a pretty good chance that they might just get thrown out in case teams like if I'm not wrong, not RZX. If there's teams like NXT start performing really well, and generally NXT have a decent chance in the map of Purgatory. That's why I'm not surprised that you managed to pick them. I have picked up Revenant XSpark as one of my top contenders over here as well, alongside TG. I think I just picked TG because they are a generally good team and a safe pick for a caster prediction segment. But yeah, I'm also going to be placing my money on NXT. Only because I've seen them perform really well in Purgatory, and this is a very map-specific prediction for me. That being said though, even though I expect NXT to win in this game, I still don't know if they will qualify. So I'm still on the fence about a lot of these teams.
I mean, they've got nothing to lose now, to be frank. All those teams in the middle fray, they'll have to come up with a different kind of a strategy. Either go all out or concentrate on getting that booyah. There's only two ways of doing so. For those who are unable to convert those booyahs, unable to, look forward for some big games, eventually have a controlled aggression, will have to push their luck to get more eliminations in the map of Purgatory, and then probably think about trying to make a comeback in the latter stages of this tournament, or in the last 2 games of this phase of this tournament.
Yeah, and there's not much of those latter games remaining. There's only 3. Half a day. That's all that stands between these teams and 8 spots in the main event, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see if they will get those 8 spots or not. Let's get into the 4th game of the day. It's gonna be Purgatory, ladies and gentlemen. Neither heaven nor hell. And the only thing that can take you to the spot that you want to is pure skill and decision making.
So let's see whether the skills are gonna be tested. Let's see whether teams can be able to handle the pressure, as we are going to be witnessing the flight path of the biggest map we can witness for the day for now. And the flight path starting all the way from Lumbermill, ending somewhere towards the Crossroad region. All these teams can kind of respect each other and go to their respective drop locations, not looking for any kind of an early skirmish. And before I could complete that, I see that Revenant XSpark and another team are hugging each other as they enter towards that forged region.
Is it a platonic hug? Or is there something more to it? I'm referring to animosity and violence, of course. Get your mind out of the gutter. Meanwhile, you got DP Dominators also in the southern part of Brasilia. So a potential 3-team clash brewing on the horizon over here. But all of Flame Esports are playing together. Meanwhile, Max, these guys are not that hunkered up.
NXT Esports
go in for the flanks, and there you go, 2 instant eliminations. Max takes a bunch of damage, but they managed to retreat onto the higher ground once again. Elite, Azoic, all of them just gathering up around the staircase, but they are still looking for some opportunity to actually convert a knock into a momentum-based shift. They still haven't found much. Exchanging shots, jumping around the staircase, and just moving around. Who's going to actually trigger this fight? Who's going to actually activate the full send mode?
I strongly feel it's got to be Flame, because they have a 1v3 split. We can see a player in the mini-map a bit far away, and they know that, they'll have to push upstairs, and that's what they're trying to do with the glue walls. They're trying to come in, but one player immediately gets taken down. Look at that cross angle being end by Herrick, but eventually he also gets taken down, and Ashborn, as he steps in forward, he gets 2 eliminations, and all of a sudden, Max are getting that upper hand.
Yeah, Max playing on the defensive, holding the high ground, making sure that anyone who tries to come up against them has to go through a narrow corridor. Now they've used the binoculars, knowing that there's more teams in the vicinity. They find just one player from DP Dominators by using the binoculars, and they figured out that Aswab must be alone. His teammates are pretty far away, so they must go out to hunt him. Jazzy is in no position to provide Aswab any backup, but because Aswab survives that one just long enough, Jazzy's now close. Can he actually isolate these battles though? Swap finally goes down. Madara comes through with the trade. A double from Madara, courtesy of the VSK. It's finally Ashpon who takes down Jazzy and confirms the elimination as well. But Madara's efforts might just go in vain because there's plenty of opportunities for Max to revive over here, Arka.
Oh, Madara comes in, goes in for a push, but eventually realizes that there's nobody home, but still retaliates perfectly with that shotgun. Will be able to land a triple in his name or make it a quadra for now. What a game this has turned out to be for DP Dominators, especially Madara. Oh my goodness. You know, I know that there was not a Thiva equipped and it took some time for the revive, but Madara reading everything right, dashes in at the right time, pounces on the weaklings first and then concentrate on the strongest link. A beautiful game coming in from DP Dominators.
Meanwhile, over here towards the southern island, you got Reflex taken on DT. Shanky goes in for the dash, instantly sprays down Tassin. It's almost like he knew exactly where his opponent was. It felt like a pre-fire. Shanky, ever so aware about his opponent's whereabouts, forces the rest of Reflex United to fall back and consolidate their forces. They get into the cars. The bolt makers won't really affect Total Gaming all that much, but they see Fahim running away, which gives Total Gaming the opportunity to full send. They now know it's a 3v2. This could be a problem though. Delete has been taken away, but even though Delete is down, it doesn't stop Aztec from shooting down his opponents across the river. Lovely long-range knock coming through from Aztec. Another headshot connected onto Takla. I mean, I'm so tempted to make a skull-cracking joke right now given his name, but Aztec with the frost is able to cryogenically take down Takla. Woo!
I mean, give me a second over here.
Yes,
I
know. Me neither. I had to control myself so much.
Oh my god,
Fahim though has absolutely no control over the situation. He thought he could get to the vending machine, but RNX are waiting for him.
And you had me there. But yes, that was a good wordplay, to be frank. Nonetheless, you know, it was a good run by Takla, to be frank. He bought some time for his team, but at the same time, he was trying to retaliate through the fights. He was being successful in those, in those attempts previously, but this time Total Gaming did not allow him to breathe for a long time. Lugard, trying to traverse through the waterways, is now trying to make it into the main lane. Whereas on the other side, Total Gaming, look at this big split coming in. Mafia will have to quickly get into an off angle so that he can, able to put down a player. But Kai is also over there. Shanky and Aztec are trying to do their best. Straken gets taken down, and eventually this is where they start to kick things off as Euro also gets taken down and Total Gaming are looking unstoppable for now.
I don't know how that dash from Draken failed. Was that a Oscar dash or was that a Tatsuya dash? I think I'll have to find out later on.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, because Total Gaming seemed to be completely unaffected by that. It could be because Shanky has the Joseph equip, that's why he was like completely unfazed. It felt like Draken literally ran into his face and then bumped into him. As if a cartoon is just walking into a pole wall and you hear the distinct tang sound effect when you crash into it. Oh no, Raiders United, they've been eliminated off screen. I would have loved to see how this happened, how this misfortune came about them. But there's many other teams who are on the verge of elimination. Tonde Nepal Esports, by using the Morse, they've walked right in towards this vending machine, which is surrounded by Revenant XSpark. Blue God gets all 3 revives, but he might just have to pay the price with his own life.
Speak about incognito. I have not seen anybody use it to perfection so far, especially on a defensive mode. Look at him, between all the players, comes in, revives 3 of his teammates. Could be a game changer if you ask me for a lobby like this. But Revenant XSpark and Total Gaming, the 2 teams we were concerned about, have started to pick up the pace, have started to get some early LMs, and if they survive for the final game, we can expect some big numbers from both these teams.
Oh my god. A decent enough circle shift, which has plenty of center mass towards campsite.
Yeah.
No more mercy.
No.
I think at this point their name would be no more cover because they were fighting way out in the open. And RNX had absolutely no trouble. Like Arman, the moment he gets low, he's like, cool, no problem. I'm just gonna dip back in cover. Shoko, why don't you finish the job for me? And Shoko's like, yes, sir. I'm gonna finish what you started. RNX almost finish off their opponents. NoMoreMercy almost getting eliminated in that situation. But here's yet another juicy fight. All 4 members of Revenant XSpark present over here versus 3 members of Max.
Revenant XSpark are now starting to keep their backs together so that, you know, they can prepare for the later games or probably they're looking forward to be a bit more aggressive than usual. Harsh, rarely we see him getting closer, and look at what he's doing over here. He's going to be moving in the vehicle, getting in closer with that dash. Will be able to land one perfectly. Gets the second one as well, where he fails for the third one. It's time for his teammates to come in closer, and that's what they do for now. I don't think so whether Gopo was able to land one perfectly. Yes, he does. With Max losing all 3 players, Revenant XSpark, especially her 17. What a phenomenal gameplay shown by this lad.
Yeah. The way he dodged that vehicle, it's almost like he was playing Mario. He just jumped around the corner and had absolutely no damage from that vehicle at all. The driver had to get out of the car to shoot him. But regardless of their best efforts, it is just one team. On the other hand, we also saw NoMoreMercy get eliminated just a couple of seconds ago. You could see how Yuri was the last man standing for his team anyway, and then he got taken down mercilessly. Ooh, NXT. Interesting rotation. 3 men landing on the island near Central. But RNX are just around the corner, and surely they must know that there's at least one team present over here. Best time to use the Nanaculus would be now. They haven't used it yet. They're going in without information. NXT gets shot by 2 players, and now they know that there's at least 2 RNX members on the high ground. But where are the others? They're in their faces. Arman Hassan rushing towards Sabo and Wild Fox before they even realize that someone was that close. Shoko, on the other hand, finds Ash. Poor Ash. He had to turn around and try to help his teammates out, thinking that he would be at least able to avenge one of his fallen teammates, maybe get the trade. But the moment he turned around, Shoko is in his face again. The movement from RNX over here, the way they completely bamboozled NXT is mind-blowing.
Absolutely. Now again, Flame Esports are one of those teams who have come in late into action, but it seems like they're having a good time. But what a retaliation! Coming in from the other side, puts him down, but eventually what? Toki was able to land one with his teammate, and that means 5 elimination goes in the name of Flame, with another team being eliminated from the lobby. It's starting to feel like the tabletoppers are able to make a comeback.
I mean, the tabletoppers never needed to make the comeback, right? It was everyone else who needed to make the comeback. DP Dominators going for a 3-1 split, and Total Gaming with all 4 players right in center. Shanky goes in for the dash, connects the first shot onto Jazzy. Madara is lost in the smoke, but Delete has his number. Madara tries to go around the other side and successfully flanks onto Aztec, but in the process leaves Aswab very alone and vulnerable. And now Madara is surrounded on all 3 sides. He goes for the dash, but it's a valiant effort. Mafia snipes him away, and they only lose Aztec in the process. It is still not that much of a problem because revives are still possible. Not a lot of other teams are close to them, and they should be able to go back outside the zone towards Brasilia and get their res onto him.
I hope they do. And I hope not all 3 of them, get away from such a strong position. But for now, we're able to see those who just got revived are making it into the lobby. Heimu, he was one of those players who had that split with NXT. He was coming through the bridges where the 3 who flew in towards that NXT eventually got taken down. And now we have everybody back in this game. Delete on the other side. He went to the nearest. Probably Arsenal or the vending machine is going to be facing the wrath of RNX. And this is one of the reasons why I did not want Total Gaming to come in with all 3 men to this position.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They tried to go outside the zone. They thought that Brasilia might be too risky, so they were like, okay, maybe there's nobody on the southern island. That's why they went for the res over there, sending only Delete. But he too was caught. And now Mafia and Shanky have their own vehicles. Mafia parks it near the beach and gets taken down by Arman. I am not liking this split approach from Total Gaming. Yeah, sure, at this point you gotta cut your losses. You gotta give up on the revives. Because Total Gaming, there's very few positions left. And you thought that you would be able to surprise your opponents by going south towards Lumber Mill and getting the vending machine over there, but RNX were waiting for you. And now RNX have already crossed the bridge and they're looking for Shanky. They know where his vehicle is. They're about to land on him any second now, Arka.
I think Ash has, found him, and that is why Shanky is now trying to get away from this position. He's got to be shot at, but somehow he survives. I see a vending machine close by. All he has to do is turn right and head towards that vending machine. But sadly, what he's doing is going to the center of the fire, where he might just get cooked.
He's hoping that Revenant XSpark will shoot at RNX if they try to chase him. Oh, but they shoot him instead. I mean, what were you hoping for? Wait, it's not even Revenant XSpark that's shooting him. It's Max Esports. Poor guy is just drawing attention from everyone. I'm low-key surprised Flame Esports haven't started taking shots at them, but they're probably busy looking at the fight that's farther away on the screen. It's Max versus Tonde Nepal Esports. Shanky's like, yeah, I'm probably gonna die over here, so I might as well take a couple of knock or two, might as well steal a point or two before I finally go down. But RNX want to full send onto Max Esports. Arman gets completely taken down. Adeep does manage to retaliate and gets the knock onto Arm44, but it's finally Adeep's double jump elimination that gets them this squad wipe. RNX strong at 17 eliminations.
Oh yes, RNX have started to feel the fire. They've started to rise through the fire this time around. And they're making sure that they make everybody pay. 16 eliminations, 5 coming in from Arman, 5 coming in from Adeep. If your frontline of sorters are able to pick up frags, all you have to do is just support them. But for now, they'll have to make it inside the circle with Shanky hiding right around their nose. It's Flame on the other side who have no clue that Shanky is right in front of them.
Elite, lovely way to make Gopu turn around 360 degrees. Broke his ankles and then he broke his spirit. But Flame Esports are still quite out in the open. You might have been able to eliminate Gopu, but you better be ready to face the wrath of the rest of his teammates, because Vincent is not gonna take the elimination of his friend lightly. Toki does go down. There are Divas equipped onto Flame, so they should be able to get the res onto Toki, but now they are facing the damage from Shanky as well. Oh no, now 2 of the big Indian names are focusing on Team Flames. Somehow they managed to get inside the circle. I am genuinely surprised how they managed to inch their way forward. They find a tiny tent and they call it their home. Now, luckily, Vincent can't afford to shoot at them just yet because he knows that there's some player behind him. He doesn't know that it's a lone player called Shanky. If he knew that, then probably Vincent would be a lot more confident. Oh, X-Divine feeling way too confident landing on top of that roof. Activates the time turner even though he didn't want to, just to stay alive. Zoic trying to find the flank from under him. Elite trying to surround him from the other side. Vincent goes away, but does he know that Shanky is right around the corner? Vincent has to go outside the zone, but he ends up giving up his life to Shanky. And then Revenant XSpark get eliminated because Elite finds X-Divine. They had such a good position, but now they squandered their advantage. And even Shanky is gone.
RNX, they're having a time of their life in this game. Look at them. They've been silent from the time they've entered the circle, and they've been collecting as much information as possible. At the same time, Flame, got 8 eliminations, are now on the receiving end of things. RNX, 1 player gets taken down and immediately revivals come through. It's going to be Arman, and I'm interested to see who it is. Oh, it's going to be NXT, who have got a better position inside the circle, and also a 3-way Mexican standoff, because I see that Tonde Esports are also interested in this fight.
Yeah, but Blue God has way too many nades coming towards him. There were like 2 of them. Ash's nades connect first. Reagan is almost dead. Ash pummels him with the pistol launcher. It's crazy how much pressure NXT can put onto teammates, even though they don't have the high ground. Their next target has to be RNX. Zoic actually managing to shoot a couple of nades into their pocket, but Elite connects onto Adeep first. Arman, they also exchange nades, and RNX have all the angles, but after getting that knock, Arman is forced to go back and get the res onto Adeep and Shoko, which gives some breathing space to NXT, and now it's a proper 4v4 with NXT being the healthier team over here.
Oh, it's not going to be easy. Shoko gets taken down, and eventually it all comes down to a 3v4 situation. And look at what they do. They concentrate on the weaklings as they put them down yet again. Ash gets traded off at a distance, and RNX are trying to do their best. I don't think so it's going to be easy because the wolves have started to hunt. It's a 1v2 situation, but NXT, they pull off an impossible over here. RNX were looking so strong at one situation. NXT knew that they have to come in from the different angles, and they register a booyah, which they're going to cherish for a long time.
Yep, I'm low-key proud of myself that I predicted this booyah, but NXT have always been a very clinical team in Purgatory. You could see with just their utility and throwable usage how they managed to put the pressure onto RNX, who are already busy fighting Flame. So yeah, at that time, NXT had absolutely no people looking in their general direction. They weren't taking any damage whatsoever. So by the time that final fight even began, you could see how many players of RNX were on less than 50 HP. Meanwhile, everybody on NXT, full HP, all countdowns available, no abilities on cooldown, everything going in their favor. They manipulated this entire game like they are some puppet masters.
NXT, I think now they have an idea of where they are in the overall standing, and that's why they've got smiles on their face. But at the same time, RNX, a very valiant effort, because they took down the strongest team in the lobby first, and then they kind of revived themselves and then went in for a final fight. But Shanky, this has been the stuff in this game. Even though he was the last man standing, he was one of the prime reasons as to why RNTX got eliminated from this lobby.
Yeah, he was also one of the prime contributors to NXT's success, because let's be honest, he did take down one of the biggest threats to NXT. That was Revenant XSpark, and he even enabled Flame to get a couple of eliminations which they had no business getting. So his presence alone cleared up so much pressure, because NXT had nobody else shooting at them. They were all just looking at each other, partially because Revenant XSpark moved towards Shanky first, and that brought Flame in that general direction as well. And because Flame was already present in that area while they were focusing on Shanky, they had no choice but to pick up that fight against their neighbors RNX. And that gives NXT so much room to work with. They're not going to score under an advantage like that.
Absolutely. Hemo is going to be happy with his performance, because, it was time for NXT to actually wake up, because they had a good start, if you ask me. And then they were trying to be consistent. And with another 26 points in their pocket, I believe that they'll look forward to seal themselves in the top 8. RNX on the other side, they've got 19 eliminations, and they were also looking very strong in this lobby.
Yeah, they were indeed looking really strong. You have NXT Esports with 26, RNX with 28. Decent games for both of these teams. But let's be honest, NXT needed those points way more than anybody else. iQOO Total Gaming, 18 points is rather mediocre given their standards. We expect 30 bombers from them, but they don't need the 30 bombers. Even if they keep getting like 15 to 18 points every game, they will definitely qualify. So all they need to do is just not get eliminated early. That's a luxury which no other team has. And my eyes are on Tonde Nepal Esports, because 17 points is one of their better games. Unfortunately, we rarely see games like these from them, because they will have to pull off at least 30 bombers, 40 bombers in the last 2 games if they want to have a chance at qualifying. So we have two completely different storylines over here, right? Like Total Gaming are more than happy getting 15, 18 points every single game. They will qualify regardless. But for Tonde Nepal Esports, if they keep up the same pace as the 2025 Indian champion, they will still not make it. They will have to be a lot faster.
Absolutely, but you spoke about Tonde Nepal Esports, right? The first game was a 30 bomber, and I really thought that, they might be consistent. After that, they had a dip in 2 games, and it seems like slowly they're starting to pick up the pace. But is it too late when you look at the overall standing, because they were at the very bottom when they started the day? Flame Esports on the other side are one of the other teams who have been consistent in getting at least 15 points in every single game, and due to which they hold the top 5 spots in the overall standing.
Yeah. My eyes are also going to be on Revenant XSpark. They are also on the same boat as Total Gaming. 13 points is rather lackluster for them, but they can afford to continue having these kind of games, because even despite getting eliminated early on, Revenant XSpark are residing nicely at the second spot, 197 points to their name. Autobots still remain untouched above the 200 point marker. You've got Godlike Esports secure at 179, and then GG Instinct just 1 point behind them with 178. Total Gaming and Team 2 XD, both of them very close at 172 and 171 each. And then you have Extreme X at 170. As of now, if you look at just the top 7 teams, they seem to be secure enough. But then there's a sharp dip in the number of points. You got NXT whooping 21 points. I'm sorry, 21? 31 points maybe? My math is really bad over here. But there's a massive difference. So yeah, it's a 21 point difference. Why am I doubting myself? There's a 21 point difference between them and Extreme X. And generally, it's difficult to get 20 points in a single game. So yeah, NXT Esports, RNX Esports, and NoMoreMercy are going to be in a very difficult spot if they want to get here.
At the start of the day, me and Lucifer had a talk. We thought that the cutoff might cross 180 marker, and now I'm starting to feel that it might be shy of 4 to 5 points, because even if you look at where NXT stand with 2 more games in their hand and they've been consistent with the booyahs, if they get another one, they're going to cross that 170 marker by the end of the day. RNX in a similar boat. NoMoreMercy. NoMoreMercy is also one of those teams who have been consistent, so all they need is another 40 points in the 2 games. And even if they get it, I don't think so they can cross Total Gaming. So because Total Gaming is already doing a great job. So the 5th spot, probably NoMoreMercy, and then after that it can be a little bit of a fairy tale for the rest of the teams.
Yeah, NoMoreMercy and Max Esports are tied up at 132 points each. Yeah, I would say both of them have a equal chance of making it into the top 8, which is rather low. But then you have teams like Reflex United, Raiders United. I don't think they stand a chance. 125 points is just too tall of a task. At that point, you need 50 plus points in 2 games. Now, unless they drop 25 in each game, with the other teams like 2XD and ExtremeX not climbing any further, then maybe the 2 teams with United in their name, Reflex United and Raiders United, maybe they have a chance. But again, it's a really long shot. As for RZX, yeah, I think their journey ends over here.
Raiders United, they are the only Indian team at the very bottom of the table. In case they're able to pull off a big number in the upcoming game, then the story can be very different in the overall standing. But the MVP of this game is going to be Sabo from that of NXT, who's got 5 eliminations, pretty crucial ones if you ask me, for a 26 damage.
That's a nice little number with the damage. 5 eliminations for him is pretty cool. But it's not the number of eliminations that he gets, it's about where and when he gets them. Sabo was the MVP of this team because he was getting the harder knocks. While we saw so many people crash against NXT while they were not at their full strength, Sabo was actually one of those people who was fighting enemies at full strength. I'm talking about him going up straight against Hassan and Adib. So yeah, these guys had no chance against Sabo. And that's why this guy makes such a big difference, because he's able to get the knocks which are harder to acquire.
I don't know. I'm starting to crunch down some numbers and try to understand how much more would the teams at the bottom have to do. I just realized it's an impossible task. 100 points in the next 2 games. It seems like there's no way they're even coming closer to the top 10 position. Nonetheless, we're going to look at the circle analysis of this game, where we saw some really great action at the beginning of the game itself, where we expected teams to be at the center of the circle. They were all inclined towards the corners and they were interested in taking fights.
Ooh. Now take a look at NXT. They continue staying in the urban compounds of Brasilia, and while they were avoiding most of the fights, getting just 1 elimination each, Revenant XSpark had to come towards them. And you see how they are staying away from the cluster, that massive cluster where RNX, Flame, Tonde Nepal Esports are fighting, Total Gaming, Shanky just carrying the Bastion for his team. All of these teams were in a massive cluster and NXT was far away from it. That's why in the 4th and 5th circle, they only had like 1 and 2 eliminations respectively. And then in the last circle, because they have nobody else shooting at them and everybody's just fighting each other, they have whopping 7 eliminations in the last circle. That's how you position yourself for success. And that is why NXT is one of the strongest Purgatory teams. Now, they have done enough to give themselves a fighting chance. But this was their strongest map. As we head into the last 2 games, is it going to be enough? That is the big question over here.
I mean,
because Nextera, historically, has not been awesome for NXT.
I just wanted to add a point in between. We did predict about this, right? Any team who tried to take the fight in the 3rd and the 4th circle is able to maintain that momentum, will eventually, try to play the final fights in the map of Purgatory. And with that kind of a momentum taken by RNX and NXT, I think they've done enough. And they'll look forward to end the day, at least with another booyah under the wing. But we're going to be looking at the preferred drop spots, and that's going to be for the map of Nextera, where we see Boxing Gym, Autopia, as well as Rust Town are the places where we can see an early skirmish take place.
Yeah, Boxing Gym, I think it's going to be very hectic over there. NoMoreMercy, we've seen them go towards Zipway every now and then, so there's a chance they can just escape over there. NXT, at least while they were playing under the banner of Reckoning, love rotating between Boxing Gym, Mud Site and Decker Square, and they love split dropping in this area. So I wouldn't be surprised if they continue doing the same thing. But yeah, Total Gaming can be the make or break team because they often land at Intellect Center, but sometimes they just land in a completely different spot that we haven't seen. Next Era, I think, is one of those maps where Total Gaming likes to keep an open mind. So it might just be hard to predict or maybe put a finger as to where they might go in this game.
I have a question in my mind, Crips. Since you have already kind of put a question to me, I just want to answer it back with another question. Do you think that teams like Tonde Gamer or probably teams like Tonde Nepal Esports or probably Total Winners will be able to make a proper comeback in this lobby? Because this is where they start to look like the loose cannons of the lobby. They don't have to worry about trying to make it into the top 8. All they have to do is just become bonkers, make sure that they pick up as many frags as possible, pick up a maximum amount of points, and then after which slowly through those hard work they'll be able to make it into the top 8.
Yeah. It's gonna be a lot of hard work though. I mean,
Okay.
I respect the hustle, but at this point, with just 2 games left, I think
You
it's
had
too late.
brutality before you as a cup of coffee before you came over here. You just a mix. A little bit of
I'm
brutality.
just feeling a little pessimistic today. I'm not exactly feeling myself. I'm generally the more optimistic guy. I
Yeah,
call
exactly,
for
exactly,
a
that's
lot of
why.
those comebacks. I try to manifest a lot of energy into these teams, but as of now, because there's such a massive disparity between the 7th and the 8th ranked team, I'm like, bro, realistically, there's not much of a chance. And I wouldn't even be sad about it because this is one of the tougher lobbies that we have seen. Up until now in the local championship that these teams have faced, they've only faced the pressure of being in the top 50%. Like out of the top 12 teams, you have to be in the 6th. I mean, now you got to be in the top 8 out of 18, and that is much lesser odds. So yeah, these teams have not faced so much pressure before, and that's why when I pick my predictions, I'm playing it extremely safe. I've gone for Revenant XSpark in TG. I don't even care if they can win in Next Era. I've just picked them because I think at this point only their consistency can save them. Although, just to keep things interesting, I've picked up Raiders United. I am very skeptical about their chances of qualifying. But will they go out in a blaze of glory? Oh yes, absolutely. Will they entertain us with a bunch of eliminations before they finally get eliminated from the tournament? Absolutely yes.
I strongly feel that they still have a fighting chance. All they need is a 30-pointer or a 40-pointer in the upcoming game, which they are capable of picking up, if you ask me, because
yes,
because a 25-pointer elimination and a booyah is kind of possible in the upcoming game, and if they're able to do that, that's just going to boost their confidence. In the final game, they can come back and replicate what they've done and eventually walk away with another booyah and make it probably into the top 8 with just a point or 2.
Yeah. Okay, so like with your predictions, you've gone for Max and NXT.
Yeah.
I don't believe Max can do that because if they lose more than 2 of their players, the remaining 2 players have not had a very good revival rate up until now. In all the games that we've seen so far, whenever Max Esports lose 1 player, they are capable of raising that guy. But if they lose 2 players, then the remaining 2 players have to just keep running around playing a point donation simulator where they're just trying to get the reses, but they get shot down every single time. Yeah. And that has been the curse for Max Esports. NXT, on the other hand, even though Next Era is not their strongest map, they managed to get into the top 5 almost every single time.
Exactly.
They managed to do so in this Fire Max India Cup 2026. So, yeah. Maybe they can still continue their streak of good luck and NXT will be able to get into the top 5, which under any other situation, I would be very impressed by. I would say that, hey, if you get like 10-12 points in a Next Era game, I'm very happy with you. Unfortunately, NXT do not have the luxury of having a comfortable 15-point game. They need to keep going bonkers. And yeah, sure, they're capable of taking those 30-40 pointer games, but under this kind of pressure, it doesn't happen.
And under pressure, diamonds are made, and I strongly feel like NXT and Max are those diamonds in the making, to be frank, because NXT are on the top of the table when we look at the overall of today's standings, and at the same time, we have got Max who are in the top 4, apart from that of RNX and Revenant XSpark. So let's see which amongst our predictions are going to practically come out true. But ladies and gentlemen, we are just few seconds away from getting into the next map. Make sure you share it among your friends because these maps are going to decide which among these teams are going to seal their position into the top 8 as we enter into the map of next era.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. The penultimate game of the day, the last known map of the day. After this, the teams will have to figure out their strategies on the fly because the last map will be randomized. But this map, the teams must have a good, foolproof plan. Some of the teams who are already in the top 7 cannot afford to make even a single mistake because there are people waiting to usurp their spots away from them. Meanwhile, the teams who are not in the top 8 just yet but are somewhere in the top 12, they will have to go for the most riskiest plays of their careers. They will have to start going for those massive 25 elimination games, which kind of means that they cannot afford to have a slow start. They cannot afford to just not fight early on. They will be compelled to pick up their weapons and shoot.
Let's see whether that's going to be the case, because for the first time, I'm unable to see any kind of a skirmish, like a close range skirmish. I know that there are fights taking place at a distance. As of now, it's got to be Tonde Nepal Esports who've got that early 2 eliminations for themselves, or rather early 1 elimination for themselves. As total winners, they're trying to tongue the bears in the lobby, and I hope they're prepared for what's coming.
Yeah, if you mess with the bears, you're gonna get the claws. So you better bring some anti-bear nets or maybe like a tranquilizer gun, which, if you're fighting an actual bear, might be useful. But here, you need those VSKs and you need to connect those one-taps. Vincent, SKS shot onto a Platoon. Great start, but I don't think he can get the confirmation on this one. Arsh, he's luring Sabo and Wild Fox into a false sense of security. Gopu, on the other hand, he tries to take the same pathing that Arsh did, but he cannot afford to do so. Gopu is way too in the open. Takes up a bunch of damage, but somehow still survives that initial skirmish and lives to fight another day. NXT could have had 2 knocks so far, but they squandered their advantage, and now they're back to square just back to square one.
Yeah.
But they're going all the way around this intellect center area, where they will find Arsh again. Huh. Interesting. You already escaped death once, and you thought going around that circle was a good idea. At least they figured out where NXT are.
I strongly feel that NXT needs to evade this fight. There's no necessity for them to pick this up. They've won 49 points and they need to put up at least 15 in this game. For now, since they're desperate for points, they're trying to do this, but at the same time, it's going to be Max versus Total Gaming. We see that Shanky is going to be the last man standing, and eventually Total Gaming, they get eliminated as Max have started to pick up the pace. And this is being heard by NXT, and now they're interested to take down Max, as Hash is the first player to get taken down. I hope that NXT are not being greedy and end up being the patty in the sandwich.
Yeah, but NXT have no choice but to be greedy. They have to pick up these fights. They need the big games. And that's why they wouldn't mind if they overextend. They've only lost Sopper so far. But the moment I say that, even Wild Fox loses his life to Arm 44. Max Esports are capitalizing on the chaos. And guess what the chaos brings in? It drags in the Wolves. Arsh and Gopu leading the charge. Cryo nades thrown in just to deal a little bit of damage. But 2 Skylar Riptide Rhythms. Don't over there.
Oh no!
Eric forced outside of the glue walls, gets the knock onto Gopu, and as Arsh tries to invade that time, Turner, Ashpon uses the movement and the Trogon to his advantage. Eric once again, now with the Car 98, has taken off Vincent's head. He's dealt a bunch of damage to Vincent, which will force him to fall back. And at this point, at least Revenant XSpark have access to another vending machine, but Total Winner have arrived on the scene, and they shoot down Arm 44 from behind.
You need to be careful, Max, at this point of time. They're interested to pick up that final fight, but also they're concentrating to get to the nearest vending machine as their player has now got taken down. Raiders United, one of the other teams which we wanted to play well, and let me remind you, they were the top of the table for the FFMIC Spring 2026 for the grand finals itself. So I'm hoping to see them kind of bring in their demon mode so that they'll be able to pick up more frags out here. But for some reason, Prince is kind of playing it a little bit safe.
Prince? I think he's just trying to find Arman. They know that there's somebody over here, and they need to check every nook and cranny. Armando.
Now he gets aggressive.
I mean, I think he's basically on a mission where he can afford to throw his life away. He just wants an elimination or 2, even if he dies trying to get that. RNX just have to be the spoiled sports right now. Meanwhile, Revenant XSpark, they tried to go for the vending machine, but they haven't plugged in their teammates yet because they knew that there's another team in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Total Winner are taking shots at NXT. Somehow, Reflex United have the opportunity to make sure that Total Winner's efforts go in vain. And they might just steal all the frags against NXT. Fahim, lovely shot onto Aflatun. And Total Winner, for the time being, have been redundant in this fight. Reflex United have to now reprioritize themselves. NXT also, that fight that they were in, could put them in a difficult spot, but it doesn't bring them anywhere close to elimination, at least.
Look at that shot again. A good one connects against Prince for now, who can be revived. And speak about Raiders United making a comeback out here. They've got 9 eliminations already. Now they need to concentrate on getting some more before they make it inside the circle. Yes, they've got Flame trying to run away from this position. Toki's location seems to be compromised as Jack sees him get into a building. But he also gets shot at because of that skill which was being used up front. Jack doesn't want to let go of the situation. Toki is got to be found and he gets taken down. But it's Kai from the other side.
Raiders United have absolutely nothing going for them. NoMoreMercy is so far away from them. I would much rather watch that fight that's happening with NXT because up until a few minutes ago, they were fighting Reflex United as well as Total Winner. And then on the elimination feed, I saw Revenant XSpark as well. That makes me very interested. Meanwhile, Raiders United have absolutely nothing going on for them. So, yeah, they can see one team rotating in, but they are so far away in the distance, they can't even take shots at NoMoreMercy.
Careful. Raiders United, they've got the right start. And now that's one of the reasons why, you know, they're holding the corners of the circle. They're clearing the backlines and then trying to make it inside the circle. Sadly, they don't realize that Arman is still alive and kicking towards that Grave Labs center building. But with amongst all of this, Revenant XSpark hit the 200 marker. And they're one of the few teams to achieve this success.
NoMoreMercy and Total Winner, they're so close to each other, but they still can't afford to go out of their way and pick up these fights because they're both scared of losing out their lives. Raiders United on the horizon, keep them humble. A bunch of cryo grenades will be exchanged, but it's still just warning shots. Oh, Bunny takes a little shot to the head, loses half his HP. But again, I don't think Total Winner are completely aware of the threat around them. They're taking shots at Raiders United who are so far away. But are they oblivious to NoMoreMercy's presence over here? Surely they must have some information. It's not like NoMoreMercy are being super stealthy. They have made enough noise. Yeah,
I think they're waiting. I think they're waiting for a right position. Kai eventually gets taken down, and this time it's Hunter rather than Aflatun who's put up a grenade and is trying to do some damage out here. But Sami retaliates well. It's important for them to make sure that, you know, they pick up all the eliminations out here. But NoMoreMercy, as the player gets taken down towards that vending machine region, it's Total Winners who are just reaping benefits of all the hard work they put in.
Total Winners, yeah, they are reaping the rewards, but they need to reap a lot more. For that, they need to sow the seeds of violence so that they can reap the fruits of points later on. Lazaria, yeah, they've got control over it, and they knew that the circle pulling up towards the north will make them go across boxing ring, where they will fight a lot of other teams, but they haven't made the rotation just yet. Meanwhile, Max Esports going out of their way to try and gatekeep Reflex United over here. Ashpon trying to take the TPP from the window, hoping that Tassin will show himself, but nope, Tassin hasn't done that yet. Landmines have been placed, and Eric calls that out to the team so that they don't take the right-hand side from this little yellow house. Kraken and Takla, all of them moving closer. Eric Ashpon need to start going in now, and Tassin finally comes out of the bathroom, comes out of his hiding hole and takes the knock onto Hoker. But Tassini with the double gets Eric as well. Arm 44 is somehow trying to escape, but I don't think Reflex United will let him do so now. Easy res onto Takla. That's the only player that these guys lost. And now Arm 44 has to run for his life. His life might just be spared for a few more seconds, but using the haystacks for cover is not going to help much because he will eventually be exposed. And Tassini finally sprays him down. Max Esports completely destroyed over here in seconds. And Reflex United, even though they were the ones being gatekept, they turned the tides against their opponents.
the more time you give for a team like Reflex, they're just going to retaliate strongly to make sure that they come and converge you from all different directions. Whereas on the other side, NoMoreMercy, Kai is bleeding out in the open, and that's another picking which can be taken out here. But Choco cleverly revives his teammates now, and this is a very clever move. But RFX, they find him and they're interested to take down another player.
Nice. That's a good shot by Fahim. He's using the aggro really well. Unfortunately, because he was being so movementy, he's juking his opponent so well, it unfortunately draws attention towards the scene, which inadvertently resulted in him baiting his teammate. Hold up, RNX, they had the advantage, but Raiders United have arrived on scene. Bunny and Prince get 2 eliminations, and that could really weaken RNX. Hassan had no idea how his teammates just got taken down. And even though he's got enough medkits and coins to get the teammates back, he did not think he would even need to use those vending machines. Oh, poor Reflex United. Look at Fahim going all the way out here in the 3rd zone. So far away just to get the res. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Kai tries to go to the other side of the river bank, but Reagan finds him. Tonde Nepal Esports, 9 eliminations strong. This is pretty nice, but how are they going to cross this river? Surprisingly, there's nobody gatekeeping them. Meanwhile, Tonde Nepal Esports just casually galloping across the riverfront, just taking your horse out for a walk. You know what they say about bringing a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Let's see whether that saying is going to come out true for this team, because they're trying to take the horse across the water. But what they'll have to do is they'll have to drink some more. But guess what? Tukla was not thinking straight, and due to which Hassan will have that final laugh. What a shot. And he waited. He was on a prowl. He was waiting for the opponent to make a mistake. And once he does, he capitalizes on it really well. You know, Hassan is being the ray of hope for the team every single time. He's been reviving his teammates. Even though they land in a very wrong position, he's been clever enough to, hold on to that vending machine closest to him.
Yeah, but now look at the amount of solo stragglers. Like, NoMoreMercy down to just 1 player. And they find Arman as well, who is also struggling with numbers. At least he's not the only teammate from RNX, so even if he dies, the hope for RNX is still alive. But no, they find NoMoreMercy, and they are eliminated now. There's just so many teams who are lacking members left, right, and center. As of now, I think only Revenant XSpark and NXT have all their players alive. And Raiders United just managed to get the revive, so yeah, sure, they also have all 4 players. Tonde Nepal Esports, while they are 4-man strong, they can't use their position to an advantage unless they try to interfere in this fight between Revenant XSpark and Raiders United.
Revenant XSpark needs to be careful as Raiders United are desperate to take this fight. Jack, he's very close to her. She does do that damage and eventually puts him down, but a trade comes in. A clever one, but a plushie to stop Divine for now. But the plushie is not doing too much damage. All it's giving is giving out the information as to where the opponents are. And Raiders United are in deep trouble as another team is trying to approach them. Blue Hero down on his knees. Another elimination is going to be rewarded. Prince, can he replicate? Can he put down Reagan? No, that's not going to be the case. And Bunny eventually falls back. 21 eliminations strong. Raiders United, I hope that they live for a little bit longer to put some more points up on the table.
Yeah, and this is exactly the kind of performance you expect from Raiders United. They were called the most aggressive team of the country for a reason, and now they're showing us exactly why. But Tonde Nepal Esports also, with 17 eliminations, are stepping up when the moment calls upon them. Both these teams were in desperate situations. They needed points more than anyone else. And they were in situations where if they don't have these high finish games, they will be eliminated. So they finally start choosing violence. But Reagan chooses to climb up on that jump pad at the most unfortunate timing. X-Divine shoots him down, and now he can fly into the zone himself. Luckily, nobody's shooting at him either, so nobody to pluck him off mid-air. But because everybody looks at Revenant XSpark while they are in the air, you got DP, who have actually shot him down. And this actually gives Raiders United a chance to move inside. Bunny makes his jump safely. Can Bunny's teammate also make that jump? I don't think so. But as of now, DP Dominators have bigger problems. Nice try by RNX. They finally get taken down. Tonde Nepal Esports at 19 eliminations. But Supreme doesn't have any other chance to revive his teammates. He's gonna
no.
Ooh, he does. Does he have enough money?
Yeah, he's got 800. So that means he'll be able to pull down one player. That is Supreme, who's going to be coming back with a P90. But eventually, he gets knocked out outside the zone. All he has to do is crawl inside so that his teammate can come and revive him. But sadly, Blue Hero, he needs to watch out for those bird hunters as they look up to the skies. NXT alive. Raiders alive. All those teams who need to put points on the table are still alive out here. And guess what? It's going to be DP. That's one of those teams who had to make sure that they have a big game up their name, are kind of having old foemen, but sadly they don't have too much of a topography to work with.
I am just really salty about Tonde Nepal Esports' decisions to go outside and rest their teammates. Like, that took way too long and they took way too much damage. Sure, they managed to get the res onto Blue Hero, but he didn't even get to land on the ground. He got plucked off mid-air. So yeah, just in a bid to survive for a little bit longer, you actually ended up throwing away your lives. DP Dominators finally forced to get down from their top horse. But Raiders United are actually doing a good job of keeping them humble. Forced to climb off their high horse and face the music against Raiders United. Troll lands lovely shots. Sabo follows up, takes down top. That's the international representative of DP Dominators down on his knees. Revives possible. NXT though can't get the confirmation on their knocks, and they can't even afford to peek again because Bunny and Troll are both shooting them down. A swab lands a great shot. This nade could be their undoing. Cryo nade on the right hand side forces them towards the left, but they're in a tiny little tunnel and there's not enough room to maneuver around. But look at this opportunity. Raiders United recognize that they have a lot of space and they take the complete opposite end of the circle. Meanwhile, DP Dominators and NXT Esports are forced into an up-close battle. 3 versus 4 for these teams over here. And NXT, while they have the high ground and the more firepower, DP Dominators have the numbers. Which of these two teams will win? Or will it be neither? Will it be Raiders United who pull off a 2 versus the world clutch and win the booyah?
I strongly feel it's got to be Raiders United. They've got the position, they've got the information. All they have to do is strike when the iron is hot. NXT on the other side, they're still waiting for that circle. Yes, the siren finally comes in and now the push is going to be inevitable. Sadly, Troll gets knocked down and NXT are going to take big advantage of this as they fly inside. It's going to be DP Dominators who are going to be left hanging. Troll immediately gets revived and is he retaliating? Yes, he is. And Bunny will have to pull up a 1v2 so that he can have a fighting chance out here. He's trying to do his best. He puts down 2 players. Ash is going to be the last man standing. Bunny jumping around, still buying some time and goes in for the revival first time and then puts the last man standing also. Raiders United, they've done the impossible at the nth moment. But guess what? DP Dominators, their patience have paid off. Oh my god, what did we witness at the final moment? It was all down to that one player, Bunny, who jumped around, tried to showcase why he's one of the best men in the lobby.
Bunny, absolutely brilliant footwork. I mean, he's one guy who lives up to his name. He's got spring in his feet and he's got a shotgun that he's not afraid to point in your face and blow your skull to smithereens. How on earth did he isolate those fights, pulling off the 1v2 so beautifully? And even though DP Dominators were taking shots at NXT from afar, yeah, sure, he had some help from this Pakistani squad. It is still a very, very impressive feat that he's managed to pull off over here. I do believe that NXT, they jumped the gun, they tried to rotate in a little too fast, and they thought that just by using their launch pad and landing on top of Raiders United, while they have the numbers advantage, would get them the win. They desperately needed those fights to go in their favor, and Bunny just did not let them. Sheesh.
You know, the best part was DP Dominators, they waited for the 2 to clash out and then they landed the glue wall melters, and that is how they were able to, you know, pull out that last man. What a game this has turned out to be. Yes, I was expecting NXT to do well. We did have a discussion about how Raiders United and NXT are, you know, kind of have a greater chance of being the most aggressive teams in the lobby, and they've done a phenomenal job to show that.
Phenomenal game by DP Dominators. All the teams who actually needed points quite a lot have stepped up in this game. This was truly a map where the underdogs had their resurgence. Raiders United with 22 eliminations got 31 points in total. DP Dominators also desperately needed points and they get the booyah with 29. Tonde Nepal Esports, they were towards the bottom 3 of the table. Now finally they get a 26-point game. They needed it a lot, but I think it's still not going to be enough. And then there's Reflex United. 14 points, not that bad, but I think they could have done better. And with 1 game to go, they will need to bring in everything that they have. Meanwhile, you got Revenant XSpark and NXT Esports tied up at 12 points each. While for Revenant XSpark, it's no big deal to get a 12-pointer game. NXT Esports, they kind of needed a little bit more. They had great positions, but yeah, the decision to jump on top of Raiders United cost them their lives. And that's why they have a 12-pointer game, which is not something that they can afford to have this late in the tournament. And then you also have Max and RNX Esports tied up at 11 points. RNX can afford to have an 11-point game. It's rather mediocre for them. But for Max, they need those points desperately. They need to step up way more than this.
Yeah, they had a good start, to be frank. And after that, one single fight, every time I've seen Max Esports get taken down, they've given so much time for the opponents to re-strategize. And that's one of the reasons why they've got eliminated. 9 elims for 2 placement points where they could have got taken more. I'm kind of concerned for RNX Esports out here. They've got a decent 11 points, but they'll need at least another 15 more to seal themselves in the top 8. All of it happens in the final map where we have no clue which is it going to be.
Well, let's take a look at the overall standings one last time, ladies and gentlemen, before we find out who the who the top 8 teams are. You got Autopots, Revenant XSpark, both of them above 200. Then Godlike and GG Instinct, along with iQOO Total Gaming and 2XD and Extreme X. All of them within the 180 to 170 point mark, within that one window. So as of now, 170 points seems to be the cutoff for the safe bet. If you want to make a risky bet, then you've got NXT and RNX both almost tied up at 161 and 157 points respectively. They both need at least 10 points in the next game to make sure that they are completely safe. But even then, it's going to be a close call. If they make massive leaps and strides, then they might just be able to get into the top 8. And then you got Raiders United. There was a point when they were 140 or maybe 130 points on the table, and they had no chance of even getting into the top 8. But now that they're at 152 and the cutoff could be somewhere at around 170, it starts to look possible. It starts to look like those 18 points can be achieved in a single game. So hope is still alive for Raiders United. But for teams like Max Esports and everyone else below them, I think the jury's out over here.
Everybody needs to put that pen down. All they have to do is, for example, NXT will now have to concentrate on getting 9 points, either through placement, either through elimination. So they'll try to be aggressive. RNX on the other side, the same thing, but they'll need 12 points. So the next following up is going to be Raider United. They have around 15 points. So I'm expecting these teams to get that early skirmishes, get that early points. And once they cross that number, that is when they start to go bonkers.
Yeah. Ooh, top. Once again being on top with 6 eliminations and 3,130 damage. He's using the Morse along with the Moko, Maro and Suzy. So a sniper setup, but instead of using the Skylar or the Nero like most snipers, he's using the reposition to his advantage with the Morse. Very interesting choice. Alongside that, he's got the tactical market so that he can help his team reposition as well with the mini launch pads. And obviously the VSK94 in his hands is an absolute menace.
Absolutely. I'm also looking forward to see how well the other teams will look forward to, kind of target these teams who have got that opportunity. I don't know how, several teams will look forward to kind of replicate what Raiders did in the previous game, because I still feel like there are certain teams who, if you get 30 to 40 points, can still make it somewhere close to the top 10, so that they can say they have that bragging right to say, yes, we were in the top 10. We just missed it by a small margin.
Yeah, and those small margins will really hurt you. It's gonna make you stay up at night and relive every single mistake, replaying it in your head at full HD. So yeah, you can't afford to make those, not at this stage of the tournament. Let's take a look at the rest of the team. Jazzy using the Chrono along with Tiva and Joseph and Team Booster. So he's clearly the support player of the team, even though he's, called a rusher. Madara using the Enhance Hammer and the Oscar along with Dreki. He's the main rusher through and through. but Aswab is also using the Nero. So even though these guys have their sniper using Morse as a tool to reposition, they still have the plushie to flush their opponents out of cover.
Yep. And the number speaks for itself. They've been the most clinical so far, especially Jazzy, who's got 2 LMs for 674 damage, whereas on the other side, Aswab has got 13 for 3 eliminations. He was dealing a lot of damage, due to which he has more assists than the rest of his squad. Top on the other side has got good LMs for the 3000 damage he's got, and DP Dominators. Even though this Booyah's come in late, I think these are the few they're going to cherish for a long time.
Yeah. I think they will cherish it more if they can manage to get another big win or have another big game and get into the top 8. Otherwise, these Booyahs don't have much meaning. Let's take a look at the circle analysis though, because I want to see how DP Dominators moved around this entire game.
Even me, I'm kind of interested in looking at that. But, oh yeah, they were kind of hugging the corner of the circle. That was their priority, and ultimately taking that deep rotation to prioritize the center of the circle. And then eventually they made it to the top of the tower first, due to which nobody else could challenge them. But what's more important is for us to see how NXT as well as DP Dominators were, NXT as well as Raiders United, were able to, somehow shuffle themselves, make sure they were included in all those fights. Look at them. The second, fourth, and the fifth circle, where we expect a lot of fights to take place, these were the only teams who had some eliminations in the third and the fourth circle.
Yeah. And that is why DP Dominators, even though they didn't have as many eliminations as some of the other teams in this game, they still managed to have a decent amount of points coming out of this one. Raiders United, though, they went way too hard, way too soon. Look at them, 9 eliminations in the first circle. That's incredible. But then towards the 5th and 6th circle, they had to bow out and play more safely because they did not have the numbers. They were surviving as a 2-man unit. And at that point, you can only get the knocks, but you can't really confirm them all the time. So Raiders United were kind of limited by their manpower, or rather, the lack of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now it all comes down to the final game, where we have to see which among these teams will make it into the top 8. For sure, the teams from the 10th position to the 13th position still have a good fighting chance, and that means there are 2 teams who have got 170 pointer will be crossing their fingers from Group B, hoping that these teams do not put points on the table. All of this is going to take place, but the most interesting part is we're going to have a map randomizer to let us know which is going to be that final map which is going to be played, and that's going to be up on our screens anytime soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, make your guesses. You have a couple of seconds to type in chat which map you think it's going to be. And very soon the suspense will be revealed. It's Kalahari, ladies and gentlemen. All right then. That's super interesting. I would love to see a Kalahari endgame over here. I would love to see if the circle moves towards refinery and command post towards the 5th and 6th zone. And then you have so many tiny compounds, and you have like some 8-9 teams all just hiding in tiny corners. It would be the most chaotic, the most ridiculously difficult game to play, but it would be the most entertaining game to watch. And as of now, I am fully turning into a devil's advocate. I advocate for chaos. I advocate for the most tough games that these teams could possibly face. I know they will probably blame me later for cursing them with so many opportunities to shoot at opponents. Some teams will look at it positively, some teams will look at it like opportunities. The other teams will look at me and they'll be like, there's so many teams around here, there's so many people over here, who do we shoot first? And yeah, I just want to be that guy. I want to be the guy that puts these teams in difficult situations. And now I want to put you in a difficult situation. Show me your predictions. Who do you think is going to take this one?
I feel RNX and NXT are just going to continue, but somewhere I feel that NoMoreMercy, by the way they're played throughout the day, they look forward to, leave a mark in this tournament. They would want to be as aggressive as possible. Try to probably, target few teams or fan favorite teams so that, they leave a mark on the faces of the opponents as well.
Yeah. Leave a mark on their faces. Talk about injuring them and then rubbing salt into their wounds. That's amazing. I love it. Now, I have picked up Raiders United because I kind of feel like if they can go bonkers in this game, if they can actually have a 20 elimination game and somehow get into the top 3,
yeah,
that's
enough.
Should put them in a spot where they can make it into the top 8. That's why I have them as my number 1 prediction. But it's still a very tall order. I don't know if they can actually complete it. I love how both of us have NXT at the second place, because even though NXT did not really have that great of a start yesterday, today they are stepping up. And how every single player is firing on all cylinders. So I love how NXT is just coming to life today. And then finally I've picked up Total Gaming, but I guess that's a rather safe choice. Not exactly proud of my lack of risk-taking abilities, but you've actually taken quite a risk by picking up NoMoreMercy. Walk me through that choice.
As I said, NoMoreMercy is one of those teams, who have played very aggressive throughout the day. They've always taken fights, even though they knew that they'll have to pick up some points throughout the day. Have an average of 15 to 20. They did not shy away from fights. Even though they had 2 men standing, 3 men standing, they were still inclining towards it. So probably when everybody would, try to avoid those fights, especially who have a fighting chance of making it into the top 8, this team might look forward to fights and probably engage in those teams who have a very low chance of making it through. So it all comes down to who has that patience game towards them, and the patience is going to eventually run out for those at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, patience will run out, your willpower will run out. I mean, tournaments like these really crush your spirit if you don't play it with the right mindset. Especially teams who are outside of the top 15 right now. For them, this just seems like an impossible task. True. And some of them might be demotivated already. But there's a chance that some of them use it as an opportunity to say that, hey, we don't have anything to lose, so we're just going to go out in a blaze of glory. And I hope that we get to see that, because I love to see some kamikaze attacks. Keep your eyes on 3 teams. Teams like NXT, RNX, and last but not least, you have Raiders United, have a very good chance of still making it into the top 8 and upsetting the current established order. There's just one more game remaining in the South Asia play-ins, ladies and gentlemen, and it will be the most difficult game of this stage of the tournament. Put your hands together for Kalahari, the final game of the South Asia play-ins.
Oh, this is going to be a deserty island where the temperature is going to take another notch up because of the pressure it's building over all these teams. Raiders United, they go to confinement, and where we see Troll trying to have a 1v3 split to see if anybody is interested to come to that position. Total Gaming on the other side go back to their hometown. That's going to be Santa Catrina, whereas RNTX, okay, they have a split at the sub-region. What's happening at the center of the map? Oh my god, I never expected Max as well as another team to take a fight over here at this point of time. Nonetheless, it's got to be the Flame who's going to get back for landing next to Max Esports in the beginning.
Yeah, but Flame, will they be able to completely take control of this area? They can't even go for the vending machine, even though it's like some 10 meters away from them, because NXT is also in their way. Oh my god, look at that. They dip back into the house. Eric tries to shoot down Wild Fox, and he almost gets the knock, but they're forced to use the time turner. Finally, Eric finishes off what he started, but Ashborn also tries to get into the fray, and he doesn't care whether his opponents are Flame or whether they're NXT. He's gonna shoot either way. Eric gonna trap in between this duo wall. He uses the ADS to get the knock eventually, but it's too little, too late. His teammates have arrived to somehow rescue him, but the moment Ashborn tries to go for the knock, NXT swoop in just when they thought they were safe. NXT pull the rug out from under their feet and lull them into that false sense of security and then strip it off of them. Oh my goodness, lovely timing from NXT over here. And now they know where the last player is. They see the Hoker in the air, but they don't have any of those big guns. They don't have the M82Bs. They don't have the AWMs to shoot him down. So yeah, they will have no choice but to let him escape. But I think they will be happy with the fact that Flame Esports are out of the tournament.
Keeping in mind 170 pointers as the cutoff, they've already got 165 with the 4 eliminations they've got now. Make it 5, and they're inching closer to seal their position in the top 8 itself. NXT are looking unstoppable, whereas on the other side, we see that Max are also pushing hard, and due to which they've been, on the receiving end of things. DP Dominators, they have not gotten into any kind of fights. Raiders United not got any kind of fights. Total Gaming at Santa Catrina, as soon as they finish their looting, head towards that command post region, or probably towards the Bayfront region, and that is where they are interested to take some fights.
Yeah, Bayfront, generally a place where not a lot of teams prefer to land, but they love rotating via this place. And this is also one of those places where a lot of teams come in for their revivals, because there's a recall tower over here as well as the vending machine. So they're both available. Oh my god, no. You have Tassini jumping into the face of Kai. He was literally knocked down by the ability. Didn't even need to be shot. Just a single tiny pixel that Oscar Dash deals onto you. That's enough. Arm 44 finds an angle onto Tassini. He didn't even see how he got shot. And then an elimination from the M24. You don't get to see that very often. But after the buff, it's actually pretty nice. Or even Reflex United have been wiped out. 2 teams out. We're just 3 minutes into the game, Arca, and already there's 2 teams out of the picture.
This is what I was speaking about, right? You can expect teams to go a little bit berserk, and it seems like teams like Total Gaming are taking that audacity to kind of rewrite history, be the kingmakers in the lobby, and the team that they're trying to challenge right now is one of those teams who have a great chance of making it through. Raiders United, who need 14 points to reach that cutoff, will have to be very careful as they choose the fights with the opponents. Total Gaming versus Raiders United, which amongst them will survive?
2 people of Raiders United in the Bayfront quad compound. Meanwhile, the other 2 near the bridge. Now, they will split drop and try to come in towards the compound where they think they can isolate Aztec. But Aztec is also aware about the fact that he's being targeted over here. Corralled into a corner, he goes back into the same building where Delete is present, hoping that this will discourage Raiders United from pushing him. Look at the nades. He knows it's not going to get him the knock, but he's just hoping that he can discourage Raiders United from pushing him. Shanky finds an elimination, and now Aztec with the movement gets up on top and surprises Jack. This could be the undoing of Raiders United. They've done such a good job in the previous game. He tried to go for the vending machine, but the glue wall actually blocks his advance. Total Gaming are getting in the way of Raiders United. They would have had all the momentum they needed to mount the best comeback possible in the free Fire Max Asia Invitational. But Total Gaming, the final boss of the lobby, denies them the pleasure of having a comeback. Unless Troll has something to say, unless he has a miracle to pull off, unless he has an ace up his sleeve, this could be the end for Raiders United. 2 players revived. It's still 3v4. Okay. Okay. I don't know if that was a visual bug or if Shanky genuinely had his ankles broken over there.
I don't think so. It was a bug. Nonetheless, Troll needs to be careful because the hunt is still on. But for now, RNX Adib is going to be targeted as he tries to run away from this position. It's going to be TW who are trying to pounce upon him. A 1v4 situation. Adib, all he can do is kneel in front of the opponents as it's going to be total winners walking away with 6 eliminations so far. Is it too late for them? But for now, Troll, look at them. He's still being pestered. He's still being questioned. All he wants is another point out here. But he's going to be denied and made sure he walks away with none.
Yeah, at least Troll did a very good job of reviving all 3 of his teammates. And now Jack brings back Troll as well. So Raiders United back up at full strength. Total Gaming, they used a hit list to get the better of Troll. They thought that maybe if they can track him down, they can shoot him before he goes for the revive. But he accomplished his mission and he gives Raiders United another lifeline. They must not squander this advantage because they've used the cheapest possible revives over here. They only used the 400 token revive over here instead of the 600. So these guys will spawn with inferior weapons and they will have to work their way up with the loot.
Absolutely. But for now, we see that NoMoreMercy are looking forward for another fight, and it's going to be Tonde Esports. And Tonde Nepal Esports are not having such a great run, but Yori gets taken down, and Draken is going to be under pressure as Reagan comes in closer, puts an end for Draken almost, whereas Beast retaliates at the perfect time, whereas Blue Hero and Beast, the final 2, stand in front of us, but Blue Hero was able to land that perfectly, all thanks to Blue God from a distance, was able to, keep up his hopes high, and eventually it's going to be Tonde Nepal Esports who are still thriving and trying to punch their way into the top 8. And I hope that they have enough points.
I hope so too. But it's a long shot, Arca. They will need at least 30 just to get inside the top 10. I'm not even talking about the top 8 over here. It's a very tall task for Tonde Nepal Esports, and if they can step up to it, then this would be history in the making. Let's take a look at the map over here, as I don't see any fights brewing on the horizon. Except for maybe Jack, who can take a couple of pot shots onto Hunter, but this is just one isolated fight, and that isolates Total Winner away from the rest of this tournament, isolates them and ends their journey over here in the Fire Max Asia Invitational.
NXT needed 9 points before this game, and it seems like they've got 9. With that, they're going to be hitting the 170 marker, but will that be enough? Or are they going to push forward to get 2 more just to make sure that, they end up in the top 6 itself? That's a big question which is going to be asked. Whereas RNX, the next team on our screens, they need to be careful. They wanted 13 points before this game. Now they've got 6. They need to make sure they get 7 more to hit that 170 marker. Yeah.
And while we're discussing the 170 marker, while it is the golden number for now, we are not sure if that will be enough. There's a possibility that teams like Revenant XSpark and Total Gaming raise the bar, raise up the ante, and that forces teams to go even higher. Total Gaming have used a hit list and it lands onto Tonde Nepal Esports. So let's see if Total Gaming can act upon it. But for now, Max Esports are trying to get inside the zone, and while they aren't in too much trouble, Eric could be in trouble over here since he's the only person who's somewhat isolated. Raiders United use the zipline and get away from this fight. That's actually good because I thought if Raiders United stayed over there, then Eric would have been in a lot more trouble. But Eric is in fact putting the pressure back onto Raiders United. He's taken down Jack and now he uses the zipline, but that was a trap. Troll takes down 2 players who are trying to use the same zipline. It makes you such an easy target traveling in a straight line. Will Hooker get to actually use it? No, he used the heal drone as well, but that doesn't help him in the slightest. Ashpon gets taken down. How? It's Troll who shoots him out. But keep in mind that Arm 44 has to keep his eyes behind him as well. There's a possibility that he gets chased over here, loses half his HP to the shot, but Troll won't let him go any further. He's using the glue walls, but will that be enough? Troll is breaking every single glue wall that Arm 44 is putting up, and Arm 44 will have to go outside the zone to get the reses. He's got one teammate which will bleed out. Oh my god. This is so precarious. 1100 credits. He can rest 2 of his teammates.
But he does
wait,
just
he used the
one.
600, yeah, he used the 600 token revive. Okay, he used the super revive to get Ashpon. I guess that's nice. At least Ashpon will spawn with some weapons. He has a fighting chance. But I don't think Arm Forever will have a fighting chance over here. He's getting surrounded. Meanwhile, Arman, look at you. You're kind of trapped over here, aren't you?
Oh, he's the last man standing as well. RNX, in case they have to survive this, in case they have to qualify, they will want Arman to live for the longest time possible, at least to get 7 points, either through elimination or through placement points. Arman trying to run away from this position, somehow survives, whereas it's going to be RNX from the other side. Does he revive? Yes, he does! At the nth moment, bringing back 3 of his teammates, and they are still alive and kicking in this lobby. Whereas on the other side, it's going to be NXT versus RNX who are trying to do their best. NXT, after they realize that they've got 9 points, look at them go berserk in this lobby. They've got 10 eliminations in total, and they're looking forward to take this fight against Gopu.
Nice Tiva revive. Wild Fox gets one more player back up. Sabo in full fighting condition right now. They both use the underground passage to get inside the main boat. They know that at least one player from Revenant XSpark is still somewhere in the in the water. They can hear his footsteps. But do they know that Arsh has also jumped down? Both the players have now reunited with each other. They want to fight together as a unit. They don't want to give Revenant XSpark any more individual 1v1s. They try to camp the vending machine again, knowing that Revenant XSpark will try to go for the res. Sabo gets the res. Wild Fox unfortunately loses the battle against Arsh. Sabo goes through the tiny little corridor, hoping to break their ankles, but he gets only one knock in the process of doing so. And no, Raiders United, they get completely destroyed. Meanwhile, NXT, despite their best efforts, have not been able to fight Revenant XSpark. At least they still survive with 2 more players. Hold up. Even Max Esports have a fighting chance. I thought they were done for. I had written them off, but they just revived their players, and all 4 of them are back up online.
Sad for Raiders United. The valiant effort, but have they done enough? Because if you have got 7 now and some position points, probably they could be a different tale. But DP Dominators, look at them chasing down the players and under pressure. For the first time I see that Raider United was showing their back against the team, and eventually they got taken out as well. RNX on the other side, we're able to see that again they've come down to a 2-man squad. They've got 6 points in their hand and they need 7 more. And probably they're relying more on that position point now.
RNX, they might have a fighting chance. This zone will hurt them quite a lot, but at least with Hassan reviving Adib and Shoko, they might just be able to land directly in the zone. But the places where you can actually hide right now are very, very scarce. Look at DP Dominators. They have probably one of the best compounds in the zone, but they are being pummeled. They are being pushed by Tonde Nepal Esports. Around that time turner, Blue Hero dashes into the tiny pixel where he is still exposed, and Madara doing really well to dance around that dome. Oh my god, they thought that they would be able to let Supreme escape, but Supreme can't get away. A swap shoots him down, even though Supreme blocks the window with a glue wall. DP Dominators, like I said, they have a great compound to their name. The circle will shrink and they will eventually be able to move inside the circle where they won't be gate kept, but there's still Tonde Nepal Esports and RNX who have to make their way inside the zone, and DP Dominators might just get in their way.
RNX playing it the safest I've seen them play. Arman healing and then trying to make it inside the circle. Blue God is kind of in his crosshairs, so he needs to be careful. The more damage he tanks outside of the circle, the more problematic it can be. Shoko is able to witness some fight take place close by, but will he look forward for some fights? Whereas on the other side, Arman gets taken down and finished off, and that means RNX are going to be in deep trouble. It all comes down to Shoko yet again, who is still surviving to make sure that he gets at least 8 points through placement.
Oh, last medkit for Shoko. His HP is dwindling and so is his hope of qualifying, and it seems like because they started shooting at DP Dominators, they might just be able to shoot at Shoko as well. Yeah, he's called it. He dies to the blue zone, and Hemu might meet the same fate if he doesn't get discovered by Revenant XSpark first. RNX, they finally bleed out. Shoko can't carry the bastion hope of his team. Total Gaming, on the other hand, they are dominating everybody. This is Santa Catrina. This is their home turf. And if you enter the home of champions, you better be prepared to take their heads off. Oh my god, I speak about taking heads off, and Mafia destroys Madara.
Mafia, it seems like he's the one with the Sharingan for now. Every single pixel visible in front of him, he's just landing some bullets. 19 elimination. Total Gaming leaving a statement out here. 20 eliminations in total is what they've got, and they're witnessing the final team to approach them. Yes, it's got to be NXT who have done enough before they get eliminated, and it all comes down to the two teams. Which amongst them is going to walk away with the booyah? RNTX versus Total Gaming.
So it's definitely certain that both these teams will qualify in the top 8, but which one of them will have the highest standing? Let's find out, because the nades are flying in. Riptide Rhythm exposes Aztec, but he puts up yet another reinforced glue wall that he can hide behind. Delete takes 94 damage, but he can heal up using the time turner. But because the time turner is burnt already, this will give Revenant XSpark a little bit of an advantage. They're already using their glue UAVs, but Divine and Vincent have taken way too much damage. Mafia knocks down X-Divine. The rush comes through. Shanky gets one. Vincent retaliates with a trade. Arsh needs to get into an angle where he can shoot down Aztec. It's a 1v1. Aztec has his back fins against the wall, but he pre-fires around the corner. Arsh wins this one. Isolates the fight against Vincent, and Vincent cannot do it. Aztec with the max 7 keeps on pre-firing, keeps on winning his duels, and Total Gaming assert their dominance once again.
What a beautiful game this has turned out to be, but Total Gaming, since they grabbed the limelight, look at them already waving goodbye to all the teams out there. They know that they have made it through, but also with that, they have written fate for many others, because we'll have to now watch how many teams they have eliminated, and amongst which, how many of these teams, especially NXT, RNX and Raiders United, do they fall under the elimination feed?
Yeah, that's the bigger question over here, isn't it? I mean, the final battle, as exciting as it was rather anticlimactic too. Because both Total Gaming and Revenant XSpark will basically make it into the top 8 for sure. But will NXT make it? That's the bigger question. They were in the top 8. Have they done enough to secure their spot in the top 8? Or will DP Dominators deny them the pleasure of entering the main event? There's a lot of questions going on in my mind, and I'm not nearly mathematically inclined enough to understand who's going to qualify. So I will just have to be patient and wait for the suspense to clear itself out as we see the overall standings later. But towards the tail end of the tournament, even though Total Gaming have basically qualified, they need to qualify in style, and that's why they win a booyah, reminding them once again why they are the final boss of the lobby.
My goodness, Total Gaming, mere domination coming in from their side. I know that they were capable of pulling this off earlier, but for some reason they were trying to experiment with something. We did see that Mafia was given that space to move around in positions from where he can strike through, but once Mafia understood his teammates were around his shoulder, we saw how deadly he was. 36 points in total is what they've got with 24 eliminations. Revenant XSpark is right behind them with 26 points. And NXT, 19 points, they needed 9, so they've got more than that. Max Esports have got 16, but is that enough?
Exactly, that's the question. Is that enough? For NXT, 19 might just be enough, and that's a big might over here. For Max Esports, though, I don't think 16 is going to cut it. They needed a lot more. Even DP Dominators, 15 points seems decent enough, but because NXT have just 4 more points than them, these two teams will still be fighting for that last spot. RNX Esports, though, 12 points, no big deal for them. They're still pretty safe. Raiders United now, come on. I had such big expectations from them. They really set the bar high with 20 eliminations in the previous game, but now they get eliminated with only 7 LMs to their name. That's rather disappointing. I was expecting big things from them, but when the moment calls upon them, they did not deliver. As for Total Winner and Tonde Nepal Esports, even they had done really well in game number 5. They could have potentially lined themselves up for a stellar comeback, but they failed to do so under the pressure of this tournament.
Crips.
And then you got Reflex United. 5 points is rather bad for them, but I think given their spot, Reflex United might just be able to make it.
Crips, I don't know how to put this forward, but if I'm able to match things right, we're going to be witnessing few disappointments which we did not expect. Ladies and gentlemen, there it is. We are just moments away from saying the overall standing, but yes, a big question was asked when we started off the stream. How many teams can actually cross the 100 marker and make sure that they make it into the top 8? But now we see that several teams are very close to it, and how close are they? In moments to come, that's going to be revealed.
Yep. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, these are just the standings for today's games. We expected some of these teams to go for 100-pointer games, and those teams have delivered. NXT Esports coming out as the table toppers for the day. Even though they had just somewhere around 60 to 70 points yesterday, with them scoring 100 today, they might just have done enough to get inside the top 8. But we don't know that for sure just yet. Their efforts might just have been in vain. Then you got Revenant XSpark getting 102 points. Even DP Dominators stepping up with 97 points to their name. Raiders United, considering the performance yesterday, I did not know if they would be able to perform today. I mean, they had sub 50 points today, so them getting 94 is almost doubling their points, but it's still not enough. And then RNX and Tonde Nepal Esports with 92 and 91 points apiece makes it look very, very dicey. So the jury is still out. We still don't know who's going to be in the top 8. But what we do know for a fact is that Aztec can continue flexing on his opponents. 7 eliminations and 3,124 damage and 7 assists too. So he's not only reaping those rewards, but he's also helping his teammates with it.
A124, it's not something which I've seen, in a loadout of an MVP before this. Nonetheless, he's got that AWM and Alvaro and a Beastin as well. Just make sure that no skills are going to be used and then bombard them with grenades so that they get taken down. In case they still try to escape, use the tactical market and bring in a bolt maker to pick things off easily. Aztec has done so many things right in this game, and I do believe he's going to be rewarded for it. But yes, the Sniper Mafia, I wonder how much damage he has given.
Ooh, I will find that out in a bit. For now, you know that Mafia was using the good old 2023 sniper loadout, Skylar, Maro Moko, as well as Raphael. Makes his opponents bleed out much faster. Now, Shanky, he's using the typical Russia loadout with the Oscar, Dreki, J-Beebs, Joseph, and Nikita. But instead of using an enhanced hammer, he's using a team booster. That's also pretty cool. Delete being the hard support player, even though he's called himself Russia. He's got the Joseph and the TY equips for faster reses, as well as the Chrono to make sure that his teammates don't get in any danger. And then you've got Aztec, basically being the disruptor. With the Beastin and Alvaro, he can pepper his opponents down with the utility and the throwables. And then with the A124, he can take away their ability to use abilities at the worst possible moment. It's all about timing it.
Absolutely, and this is why I wanted to, look at the damage of Mafia. 3,500, the highest for the team. Even though he's given 3 assists, the 7 knocks have been converted to 6 elims. Whereas on the other side, Aztag was a little bit better when it comes to those stats. Even though he has got lesser damage, he was a bit more tactical, a bit more conservative when it comes to his damage. Whereas on the other side, Delete and Shanky, even they have done a good job. But now it comes down to the big question: which are the 8 teams who are going to be making it through, and how many of them are coming in from different regions? Because before this game, we saw that almost 6 slots were booked by not 6, I would say 5 slots were booked by Indian teams, and 2 was taken away from the Bangladeshi teams. Whereas now we'll have to wait and watch for the overall standings to come out.
Exactly. I mean, all throughout the day, we've been discussing how the top 7 teams have more or less established their authority, whereas it's that 8th spot, that one remaining spot that was still up for grabs. Because the top 7 teams were somewhere around the 170 mark all day. Obviously, that mark might have gone just a tad bit higher right now, but that 8th spot, so many teams are fighting for it. You had DP Dominators, you had RNX Esports, you had NXT Esports, all fighting for that one singular spot. And all of them were within arm's reach of that.
True.
So we don't know if they've done enough to get inside the top 8. Who will make it to the main event, ladies and gentlemen? We are about to find out in just a couple of moments. And if you could write down and chat who you think those teams will be, then you will be rewarded handsomely. Let us know what your predictions are, because we are about to find out the top 8 any second now.
The top 8 teams will be making it through, and there we have just 1 point shy. RNX won't be making it through, whereas on the other side, qualifying to the main events are going to be the 8 teams. But rather, I would like to come from the bottom. It's going to be Flame Esports, who end up with 80 points. Total winner, they've got 103. RZX have got 110. Tonde Nepal Esports, they try to make a comeback, but good that they are not at the bottom of the table with 122 points. NoMoreMercy, yes, inclining more towards that elimination, have got 140, whereas Reflex United, a valiant effort going in vain with 144 points.
DP Dominators, 150 points for them, out of which 100 came today. If only they would have performed a little bit better yesterday, then they would have been in the top 8. But regardless of that, 100 points in a single day for DP Dominators is still pretty impressive, regardless of whether you make it to the next stage of the event or not. And then Max Esports as well. They don't have a single booyah, but they still have 159 points. That's very, very impressive. Then you have Raiders United at the 10th spot. They have a similar story with DP Dominators, Both these teams managed to get 90-something points today alone, even though they were at less than 50 yesterday, somewhere around the 50 to 60 points mark. So yeah, a massive step up for Raiders United as well as DP Dominators, but not nearly enough. And my heart goes out for RNX. They were so close to greatness. They had everything going for them. They had all the eliminations they needed. Even the placement points were coming through consistently. I mean, take a look at this. They've got 70 placement points. And in the top 8, there's only 2 teams who have more placement points than them, which shows you how consistent RNX were, even though they don't have a single booyah.
Absolutely. Now again, let's not forget that Raiders United as well, they performed really good. It's just that these 2 teams kind of inclined towards being defensive rather than playing their natural game, which is being aggressive. Probably one of the reasons why they have not made it into the top 8. And it's a lesson learned the hard way, and I hope that they'll be able to learn from it and quickly make sure that the next tournaments coming up, they'll be able to perform well. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to look at the 8 teams which will be entering into the main event with the invited teams, and that is where the picture takes a complete filling. And there it is on our screens, the teams going into the main event, especially all the 18, where the qualifying teams are going to be Revenant XSpark, Ouroboros, Total Gaming, NXT Esports, Godlike Esports, GG Instance, Team 2XD, Extreme EX.
Yep, you've got 6 teams from India and 2 teams from Bangladesh going into the next phase of the event. Unfortunately, from the South Asia plains, not a single Nepali or Pakistani team managed to make it into the main event, which now means that Hora Esports from Nepal and Hotshot Esports from Pakistan are going to be the only 2 teams representing their country in the main event.
Let's not forget that, everything comes down to the next week, the first 2 days, where we're going to be witnessing all these 3 teams, or all these 18 teams, duke it out in 3 different groups, and only 12 amongst them is going to walk into the grand finals. I'm kind of excited to see all the champion teams coming in over here, especially Team Hind, the kind of feat they've achieved recently. We've got Hotshot Esports from Pakistan, who have also done such a great job in their region. Let's not forget Lakar as well as Expand. You know, these are the teams to watch out for, and hopefully the Titanic doesn't sink too early.
Yeah, Titanic Esports, they really took Thailand by storm. Even Team Aki, for that matter, were not considered to be the best team of Thailand up until a few months ago, but now they've taken the entire region by storm, and now they want to take the whole continent and make it their own. Pandora Stars and Deva United Horus, these guys have been around the circuit for quite a block, a mixed bunch of lads with experience and youngsters. They both will hopefully come together and put stars on the main event so that they can make this the most exciting event possible. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, out of the invited team, you have 4 teams from South Asia. 4 of them representing India, Pakistan, Bangladesh and Nepal. And then you have 2 teams each from Malaysia, Thailand as well as Indonesia, making it a total of 6 Southeast Asian teams and 4 South Asian teams that have been invited to the main event. And then on top of that, you have 6 more Indian teams and 2 more Bangladeshi teams joining them from the South Asia play-ins. It is truly going to be a battle of the best in Asia. Next week is going to be absolutely stunning, ladies and gentlemen. So you make sure you're subscribed to this channel and tune in and don't miss the action.
And let me tell you, it's the main event, so the things are going to be much more interesting, as my friend has already laid it out for you guys. And let's not forget one more thing, only 12 move forward, and that means those teams who are just watching these games take place, they're going to have a big list of homework being done, and they're going to come up with strategies unknown, and that is where things get much more interesting. But let's not forget, for those who have qualified for now, will have a bit of a breather. 3-4 days is what they have to reset and make sure they come up with new strategies so that the teams have not known what is coming up next.
Exactly. It's going to be a very, very difficult affair for these teams in the main event. Out of the top 18 teams that have made it to the main event, 12 will make it to the grand finals. And grand final is only one day, ladies and gentlemen. It's just Champion Rush. So you better get your popcorn stocked up this week itself, because you will probably run out of it on the next weekend. And for now, that is going to be it from our side. Make sure that you tune in next week for the main event of Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring. For now, it's time for us to sign off. My name is Crips, with me was Arka, and it's been a pleasure casting for you guys. See you again next weekend.
Bye.